there we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have, look here, finally we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess?
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just looking. It's just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adilu definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, Adi, yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Selepas ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, Mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action.
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 poin tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy. Free point je kot.
Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa tu? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu.
I think exist because of jumper. Actually, he replaced Voki punya tempat because we know Voki how he handle Team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voki lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voki pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voki akan stay tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haikal went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Team Bosskur. Saya tak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on.
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance. So don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab tim dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fam. Once a Geek, always a fam.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
succeed.
succeed.
Stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to the momentous day of the entire week here, week number 1 of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Why? Because this is the final competitive day within the week, which means by the end of the day, we're going to find out who places where and what within the overall standings to find out what sort of points or how much points they've earned so far in week number 1. And I'm talking about not just the points they've earned from each game, I'm talking about the overall points, the point that really counts, and that all goes down towards the next 5 games that will be played here tonight. Obviously 4, because groups will be taking their turn away from each map throughout the entire week, and today is also one of them. So the format stays the same, but man, I am excited because we are going to find ourselves a number 1 finish and potentially even find out who ends up down in the bottom. Will it still be KHI Esports? Hopefully not. I don't know. That's out of my decision. It's all down to what the players bring within the battlefield. Hey, just a little quick introduction. My name is Keith. I'll be your host this evening. As you can hear, the excitement in my voice, I should preserve that a little bit for the upcoming chicken dinners to come, right? Huge shout out to the man on top, or the people on top who make this entire event happen. Talking about, of course, the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studio for making this whole event happen here, and for you to watch at home, and for us to even watch it right here and bring it to life, taking it right and experience beyond just your mobile games. So thank you for that. Go wish them a happy birthday as well while you're at it. You know, it is their 4th anniversary, and with all these action that's coming in, I don't think thanking them is, you know, such a hard thing to do. Now take a look at the schedule and format that we have here. As I mentioned again, this is the first time since forever that we had PH within the PMPL League. So PH is joining us for the first time around. So this format is a new format following that merger here, with the Country League taking place with 5 matches per day for 5 days in a week, and it will go on for 3 weeks, in which the overall placement points is what is the points you earn every week, and eventually towards the top 16 will move on towards the country grand finals, which still will go on with the 5 matches per day. Now top 3 move on straight to the 2022 PMPLC Championship. Meanwhile, 4, 5, and 6 will get the chance again to fight things out and maybe earn a slot in the C Championship through the play-ins. Now, take a look at the in-game point system though. First place taking home 15 points for a winner-winner chicken dinner. And second place with 12 points, not too shabby themselves. Third place brings in 10 points. Fourth place at 8, fifth at 6, sixth with 4, 7 at 2, and 8 to 12 takes home 1 point each. 13 to 16, unfortunately, will not get a single point. However, they can compensate by having a high number of frags. And talking about the bonus points that I mentioned, like I said, today is the day. By the end of the day, we're going to find out who ends up in the overall, in which they will be rewarded with the points you see on your screen. So the team that finishes at the first place at the end of the day will get themselves 20 points, second at 19, and it tapers all the way down to the 20th place with at 1 point down at the bottom. And these are the participating teams at stake, with Group A, Geek Fam going in, R2K, Farang, Lejund, and Clutch Guerilla. Meanwhile, Group B brings you Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. Group C, Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, Team Bosskur, and Group D, Team SMG, RSG, MLB Esports, and ALMGHTY. And of course, not forgetting Group E, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, Team Hak, TABAH, and KHI Esports. Now, these are the awards that can be won by these individual players here, which brings in some additional awards prestige for one, but also the money. Take a look at the tokens down below. That's an additional $700 US. So if you're from Malaysia, that's at least times 4.15. I don't know. What about Singapore? What about PH? Well, the conversions are different. I'm not too familiar with the currency strength, but all I know is that it's extra money, and I don't really think you're gonna be complaining about anything getting this thing in. It's, in the end of the day, it's an addition, not a subtraction, and all teams, all members, all players should maybe start focusing to be a bit more selfish when it comes to playing these matches to make sure that the stats goes your way and that $700 will be yours. Now, take a look at today's matchup. We have Sandhawk coming in first. As usual, the map rotation will maintain the same. Erangel next, Miramar, and then ending the day again with an Erangel. However, the teams that will be playing will be on a rotation, with the first one playing with ABCD. So Group E will be sitting out on the first one. And this is the weekly ranking so far. Dingoz up ahead by 10 points, second only to Bosskur at 165. R2K coming close with 1 point different at 164. Homebois is at 157 and tying that one with TABAH NC, only spearheading across with the number of chicken dinners that they have. So maybe Homebois would want to think about getting that edge back in. You know, they've been holding up so far so good. But unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the second draft here, as Team Secret still struggling to get up onto the first draft despite the chicken dinner finish yesterday. And Team Huck struggles alongside with Sam9, RSG, Farang Legends, and Team SMG, all these big names who people wouldn't have thought would be down in the page 2. It just, they're legends in the MY region, and for them to be down that bad it's a bit of a shocker for the fans, but luckily for them, it is also a 3-week grind, and let's not count them out just yet as well, because today we do have 5 games for them to play and catch things back up. Take a look at the brand new PUBG Mobile though. It's called the brand new patch note 1.9, which introduces you with Vibrant Anniversary, colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycle. Color seems to be the theme of this year's competitive league. Just look at the key visuals and all the everything from the overlay and this one as well. Balloon head, balloon mode, which is a very, very fun mode. I promise you, I've seen it only once in the show match and I just can't get enough of it. Go try it out, go onto your application and get this new update in and actually play the game. Shoot some heads as it pops and eventually win the game as such. It's unconventional, but sometimes you want to break free from that constant tempo, right? So play a game like Balloon Mode. You don't want to get too stressed out with ranking every day. Surely if you're a professional player, I get it. That's kind of your job. But if you're playing it as a casual, then go give Balloon Mode a try. Meanwhile, this is who I think is going to get the first winner chicken dinner of the day here. It is kicking things off in Sandhawk, and we all know there's 2 ways to play Sandhawk. Either you play it slow with the healing game and playing in smart rotation within the circle, which, let's be honest, sometimes with the luck of the circle, it's almost impossible. So, Axis, redONE, coming in with strong firepower, I feel might just be the edge they need here. And if I'm just going out on a whim, when it comes to the last day of every competitive week, usually most of the teams just go barbar or barbaric or just go guns blazing, for those who does not use that term within the gaming scene here. So without further ado, my name is Keith and I'll pass you over to the cast to take you through Sandhawk in game number 1 in this final day of week number 1. Take it away.
Well, we're finally here on the final day of week 1. It's a Sunday run. Here with me is Jenny and my name is Contra. We'll be bringing you a lot of PUBG Mobile action here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH 2022 spring season. And of course, with all that being said, we got to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, as they will present to you the best in class products with the GT2 Pro, and it's greater than you see. This year, Realme, as a tech trendsetter, they partner with PUBG Mobile to support all the young talents in esports with best in class products. So you got to make sure that you check it all out. So sis Jenny, I know you got a lot of good news as well.
But before that, let's equip your phone with a line, which is Yoodo. They give you high-speed data, 5 GB extra. But if you're a PUBG Mobile player or you want to play PUBG, there's 20 GB for you to have of PUBG Mobile data. So good news.
Indeed, indeed. And of course,
good news.
Now it's the final day, and it's really crucial for all the 20 teams that are on board to get the best placement points. Because why? there is no more super weekend in this format.
Yeah.
Teams are accumulating points to add up to the grand finals, where they can basically get a good head start, and we'll be seeing who will be the one to take home all the glory by the end of it all. Now, let's hop over on our very first matchup. As we always start things off in Sanhok, you know, we saw a little bit of additional graphics while Keith was explaining. There's a lot of individual awards, and I saw that, you know, there's gunslingers, there's the best medic in the field, and I guess that we'll have to see who's the best medic in Sanhok.
Of course. To top up what Keith is saying about Axis Red 1 firepower, actually, he totally forgot about Kacang Susu, who is the best healer in Sanhok so far, ever since Season 3 and Season 4 and Season 5. So far, consistency belongs to Kacang Susu. So maybe this time, Keith's prediction could come true.
Well, I really do hope so. And I definitely would favor Axis Red 1 as well when it comes down to Sanhok Cloud. So I do have a mutual agreement with that. Here we go. First game of the day. It's going to be inside of the island of Sanhok. And we'll be taking this flight path all the way from the northern section all the way to the south. Well, actually the other way around, from the south side all the way to the north.
Yep, it begins in Sami, where you can get the best first aids, including Moknai. Actually, the places that has the best first aids is nearby the shore. So I'm not sure. I don't think teams will change the drop spot, but it would be a good sign for teams who already kind of pick Sami, etc., etc. Because to what I know, Sami is usually like they would fight for it, and it's not because of, you know, the best loots are there, the first aids are there. Yeah.
Well, I can see why. If you take a look at the mini map, you have Nakam, Sami, as well as if you want to extend it, you can go to the edge of Camp Charlie, and there's still a lot of mini compounds all around. So whoever takes control of that region will have ample amount of loot. While they may have as much, but it all goes down to how they play the rest of the matchup, because so far we haven't seen too much from Axis Red 1 inside of Sanhok, but here we have both GENEXUS as well as MAB Esports clashing at minute 1, and it's Snappy that gets the turnaround from Maki. And MAB beyond with pursuit, Pew with the DBS, bring 1 pointer back. Tree versus tree is where we're at. Well, Maki, he gets picked up by Bosskur.
Ooh, GENEXUS starting up with the fire, even though they are the ones who is looking into, you know, going down one by one. But I think Biu and Long got it in the hand right now. Suddenly, MAB Iftar is only the one to survive, but EVOS having their own fight over with R2K on the vantage point of things.
Well, this is all the way towards the far eastern side of Lakawi, and I'm not too sure what is Vix doing towards the compounds of EVOS VIP. They should have actually known better, but same could be said about both GENEXUS as well as MAB, right? They both share the same drop spot, and eventually they will have to settle the score. If there's all alone, comes in with a shotgun, but he's only going to be able to do so much. Bosskur will finish off the final member of MAB Esports. While we have another fight inside the Paradox Resort. Homebois comes in for the rush, takes down to Team SMG. They're battered and bruised. Well, they're still Onyx as well as Jenny that will try to last him out. Right now pushing forward, challenging Onyx Boy. He does have the shotgun, and he'll be able to land another blow. He's too low at Team SMG. They will crash and burn way too early for a Sunday evening.
RSG coming into knock on Paradise Resort. But what a steal, man. I mean, we did see RSG coming into the compound, but it was a bit later, right, Contra? But today, I think a few teams are starting out with fire, and this is why we need to watch every day, because we can see the growth. But of course, I think viewers would prefer to see it at the last or things like that. But I would advise you to watch every day, because you can see there is actually a difference in the way they play.
Indeed, and like you saw so many switch-ups, especially on the mentality of playing South Sanhok. This is possibly the quickest round of frags that we've seen in South Sanhok, and now we're only left with 53 players, 2 teams in a span of like less than 3 minutes, right? So, whereas the other teams, they want to take it a little bit more consistent, so they just slowly loot all the gears and make a move. Okay. let's talk about Team Bosskur for a bit, right? Both Team Bosskur as well as R2K, they're on the rise and they're neck and neck. So let's talk about the edge of both ends of the team. So, of course, with the addition of Naoki this season, they've been looking a lot better than they used to. And he used to be from Homebois, and Homebois, they're also not too shabby themselves at placing themselves at number 4.
I'm agreeable with you, Contra. Homeboys have been showing, like what Keith also always have mentioned, they are under the shadow. So it's time when they want to rise, they will rise. But when it's time that they don't want to rise, it's not that they go down.
Do they not want to rise?
They are consistent. They will stay at the position. They will not do any improvements or even like degrading themselves. They are still there. But they have a good tacticality. And I don't know why, but something tells me it's Naoki, even though he's a scouter, because Homeboys IGL is actually not Naoki, it's someone else. So I really think it's a teamwork effort, because I could see definitely information was being passed through, communications was A+, no problem for them, especially yesterday's game in Miramar, how Naoki moved up into the building when there was a whole lot of teams outside. That was really good leadership skills and communication skills.
Indeed, and another team that has a great grade on that will be Access Rate 1. But if you look at the play style of Access Rate 1, they're basically a team that likes to loiter around the outskirts and they take the slow rotation into the fight. Whereas that gives them a lot of time to prepare and plan up. I think strategizing how you want to play every map is going to be important, and therefore it's something that players, whether you're a public solo squad guy or you're rushing your way to Conqueror, there's many different play styles than to just rush into whatever fights that you could possibly get, and you have that 50-50 chance to return to the lobby real quick. So it's about control, like taking over control, whichever team you're playing with, right? Like you just want to ensure that everything is well managed, and then you pick up only the fights that you could possibly win.
Yep, totally agree with you, Contra. And as of now, it is San Hawk, so elimination points might be, I would say, not a priority for teams. Anyways, I want to correct myself. Yesterday, I think, it was the last match. I saw Trixinity, but I said he was Bart. So my bad on that. So that is the right guy. That was Trixinity, or now he's known as Trix, and Bart is the other guy. But anyways, to finish up what I want to say, Sandhawk, I don't think there's any teams would prioritize elimination. That is actually a bonus. More of it of survival and who gets into the circle. And it seems like today's circle is pretty much equal. It's in the middle of 3 archipelagos. Again, it's closing into the center. Not exactly sure whether it's going to go to the land or a little bit of the waters.
Well, whether it's covered by water, most of the team will still plan themselves by land, as we can currently see on the top of the caves. Clutch Guerilla hopes to find a little bit of advantage here against R2K, who have just got by the docks. It's going to take a while. So we have Farang Legends, who's been able to at least get some significant points from yesterday's run. A massive improvement as compared to the weekdays that we've gone through. As they approach the weekend here with rising momentum, I want to see more out of Adik Luke. Comparing to the previous season's debut, he definitely had a little bit of a dip of performance, but he's still having those lethal gunslinging skills with him. So I hope that by the end of the season, we'll be able to get him back in shape.
I like how Ade has always maintained the record of being the king of Sunte. So those of you who don't understand what is Sunte, Sunte is basically to penetrate the most and getting the lesser bullets but on point shooting, basically like a sharpshooter. That was his title, but we have yet to see it arise, at least this season. Right now, we're looking to Almighty, another team that has been improving so far. They have adapted well to MYSGPH, at least, knowing that Singapore teams, they always have scrimmages with Malaysian teams. So in a way, they are more adaptive this time. We did see a huge improvement for Almighty to be a challenge instead of, to be chased around or getting that third-party kills. I think not kills, but elimination. But this time we are seeing a whole lot of tacticality, and they are doing their homework in the sense of rotation. Yep, almighty.
Yeah, and the team could still use a little bit more work as well if you base it back on the standings they're currently sitting at. If you add it overall, I believe that they're just above Team SMG, which just plays around, you know, the 16, 15s. Of course, you add it with the group that's not playing currently. So they're just 1 point apart from SMG. So it's not really the worst case scenario where all the other teams that are above them right now, other than the top 8, is still going to be very much within their grasp. So long as they could possibly end up in a top 3 scenario, that could easily bring them back another 10 points to chase up upon the rest. Now let's go to Sem9 real quick, where we're seeing them playing traditionally on the Alpha Island. Well, they will eventually need to make their way across if this update's going to be cutting possibly towards the quarry area. Majority of the teams, they're having some good spacing amongst themselves. And speaking of which, Sem9 does have to make a cross. And if they do drop by Put Cam, there's a little bit of special surprise. Well, oh, not really a surprise, but a present for them. And AUG left right there, where I thought that GENEXUS could have actually gotten it for themselves.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering what happened to Jerome. I'm sure nothing happened, but I think he felt that it's a great fall because he has to use his utilities right now, and at the same time spotting Sem9 over. So it's not. I don't want to be him if I were him right now. But Almighty also is another team that has to get across, and right in front of them they have Sem9. So it's possible. It's possible that they can use the bridge, but I don't know why. Sem9 probably have smell. Oh, you know what? They have seen a scooter coming down. Oh my God, Iris, you gotta be careful. You've been spotted. Deb getting the first shot for the first Almighty teammate. But bro, there's Jerome right behind. Be careful.
That's a really sloppy move. I think he's already heard those gunshots and he's still running towards that direction, and he wasn't really wary of the surrounding. And this is what I've been reiterating multiple times. Like, doesn't matter where you're playing from. It's more of making sure that you're going to be safe. So even when you're traveling through a vehicle, you just got to ensure that if you're getting shot, quickly get cover. And at that instance, while he drives into the wall, he dropped his bike and he didn't leap into the building. Well, maybe he's just, you know, a few meters away from it. But nevertheless, one member out from the side of Almighty, while we have a standstill between GENEXUS as well as Dingoz. Don't think that there's going to be much that will result out of that. Jerome will have his bike smoking up. Sem9 possibly have dished out a little bit of damage prior to this. Unless if this guy flips over his bike multiple times, then sure, that's how it got smoked up. Something that you need to be careful about, especially in real life when your bike have that sort of reaction.
True. But he was brave enough. He actually went to Ares' box and took the same bike. So I'm not sure if Putra didn't see him because Putra was the last guy, similarly to Jerome. But anyways, they have to get themselves out because Sem9 was actually on the hunt looking for Almighty around the corners. If you realize, they were coming in closer and they are not moving at all for Almighty. But this is EVOS right now. Again, this is Sandhawk, guys. So don't say that, you know, if you're new to PUBG Mobile, especially when it comes to PUBG tournaments like this, it's normal to see teams not doing anything, at least for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe 4th circle. They have to keep it passive. They have to find good places because, you know, Sandhawk is relatively the smallest map amongst the tournament maps that we usually play, which is Erangel and Marama. So to have like 16 teams, even though 52 players are still alive, this place is not a place for you to roam around freely.
And we've definitely seen things that have happened across, especially in the case of Almighty. Easily, teams can punish you whenever they do have high ground, low ground, wherever you're coming from. That's the exact same setup that every team is currently using within this matchup itself. Now, RGA have already moved out of Paradise Resort. That's where Team Secret, they come in with some bonus spoils of war, whenever they could find themselves a little bit of the extra, but they won't be able to get much first aid kits as it's already fully looted much earlier than that. While we take a look at the middle section, we have plenty of teams planning themselves into some pretty prime location. I like the way that RG is currently playing, where they're going to be having a perfect POV against Dingoz, and perhaps even Team Secret if later they join into the fight. Now they do have the circle with them as well. Sem9's going to be spotting out members of ALMGHTY hiding behind the warehouse. There's no escaping this wrath of Sem9. They're going to be pushing forward while Virgil tries to hold towards the back of the wall. Here comes the push, but Death, he gets brought down, whiffs a couple of shots from his Vector, and Stone tries to go in with the recovery. He needs to get another nade true if he really wants to secure those points.
That's really good cover from Sem9, by the way. They were baiting Deb to come across in front first, and then they had somebody flanking out already. Farang did a good cover also, surprising Virgil, even though he managed to get one knockout. Now it's all up to Jerome, even though both of them have the same idea of flanking out. But I think Sem9's meta is working for now, because right now Jerome, he's the only man alive. He don't really have to cover fire, and it's, you know, they have spotted the guy.
Yeah, and there's not too much that ALMGHTY can do. They need to either cross the bridge, and even if they do that, there's going to be Putra that's going to be loitering around. Death will go in for the push, but Putra will finish the job before he even reaches. So, good going for Sem9. They secure all the 4 points that's necessary, but we have another fight here. Geek and Homebois.
Ooh, we went to the Fantasy Island, but yes, we can see a close counter comeback here. CQC's coming into play. Molotovs being thrown, so as other throwables. QB not really connecting the dots. Cyan Pro is still moving left and right. Homebois is probably just doing the same thing. I'm not so sure why they are not pushing, because this is relatively an easy place to flank out and open up. But I think Geek has tricks up the sleeves. But right now, Iron Pro is falling back, going to seek for some shelter. And Geek is still not pushing it out yet.
Yeah, it's a better move overall because that's where the circle is much closer within their grasp. While playing outside in the open, you could easily get to party as well. While Boy, he gets tagged. Same goes to the other corner where we see Adibs getting refragged by Psycho. Now going for a quick recovery. A 2-2 split comes in for Bosskur. That has alerted Naoki on the other end. Clutch got to play this one slowly. They're just by the edge of the circle. And that's also the same place that they are being pinned down. Amika as well as Insomnus, they are getting flanked from above. Farang Legends launching an attack, and they will secure that one-pointer.
I see a third party play here. Farang Legend on the other side. Dingoz is the one that is opening the fire to make EVOS come out to play. But right now, we are having to see Farang Legend, and I'm sure they have also been, Dingoz have been alerted knowing that there is a third party somewhere. So overpicking, you shouldn't be doing it. Hopefully, Farang Legend knows better that, yeah, I mean, they heard the gunshots before this, so they know there's more than one team here.
Yeah, and it definitely feels bad to be in EVOS' position as they are currently sandwiched in between not only two teams, make it 4. Look at that. You have R2K as well as GENEXUS. So they will sit tight and hopefully get the circle for the next update. And unfortunately, that's not going to be happening anytime soon because they will eventually need to move out of those shacks. Geek Fam now with a really good POV to take on Homebois, GENEXUS, as well as RSG. So all they have to do is to look at the back as Axis is slowly approaching.
But I would be happy if I'm Sem9 right now because they don't really have any much teams to clear up. They can roam around bootcamp and then they can come in freely while other teams, you see, Homebois right now, their attention is towards Geek. They're not even watching their back. So Sem9 can come in nicely to kill the to steal the kills or elimination points from the back. When Zainan comes in clean, you know. And right now, CLC, they have to return the fire. They tried to take one down, but it's not successful. But honestly, I think the most advantage right now is still Team Bosskur because Clutch Guerilla, in order for you to go up, you have to pass by Team Bosskur unless they are going to crash in together nicely. I think it would be a possibility.
Yeah, possibilities from all corners. While Clutch Guerilla. They could still sneak from the back though. This is going to be worrisome for Bosskur, as they have to watch from all corners, but they have already spotted those smokes much early on. The exchange will happen. Farang Lejund, they really want to take the fight against EVOS VIP. Razor is already prepared with the DBS in hand. He unleashes one shot, and he's currently inside of the smallest room possible. There's not too much that they could possibly go in with, but he's only having a little bit of room by the corner of the wall. Samsy's on the other end, and EVOS VIP, they're only left with one member and make it none. My goodness, Farang showing up strong, and EVOS VIP has only gotten 1 point.
But Farang got to be very careful because Dingoz is keeping quiet, and that is their usual strats, and that's what usually they would do. They would probably have seen it all, and they're just keeping quiet and waiting to attack Farang Lejund as they come up. But this particular fight, Clutch Guerilla struggling to go into the circle, similarly to Team Bosskur. They got to finish, but the first already gotten down, which is Jimmy, but the return fire coming back from Adips and IGL with full of fragging power. He's go down next. Funky is to be the man to go and cover the fight for their teammates right now. He has to do something because this is the time where they're doing revival, but Funky not getting the orders to go.
The going gets rough, but the tough gets going. While we will have the rest of the team here by the corner of the hill, still waiting to launch an attack. 12 teams still left within the fields of Sadok. But we have Harm advancing into the other region. While we take a look at this, Team Secret, they're taking it slow. They're already tanking the blue zone. Some of these members, they don't really have first aid kits. Matoy, you can see from his stash, he's only got gears with him, while Kid is also slowly bleeding out. That's not really the way that we really want to go, but Bosskur, they have made the attempt to flush out the rest of Clutch. I think that they took too long. Shinzi will have to play the healing game while Matoy gets taken out.
Yep, like I said, Team Bosskur had the most advantage when it comes to the query bit that we see the positioning of the players. So Shinzi will be the last person, but now Farang Lejund getting backstabbed by Team Secret. The entire team goes down. Not yet. 3 people still alive. Adik, look, the main fragger, it's out. But there you go. Dingoz, third party. The ones that are supposed to anticipate Farang's arrival already have returned the fire because Team Secret just coming into the circle and saying hello to everybody. But Dingoz still intact format.
Yeah, they've been covering this region for the longest of time. Now they're just going to quickly go for those loots and proceed forward. Axis Red 1 will go toe-to-toe with Geek Family. Up close and personal, Health is going to be able to take one more down. Lone Skur, after leaving boot camp, they didn't manage to get all too much. Farang Legends with 5 dominating points, while Luyu goes in for another refrag, takes down 2. GENEXUS, they are trying to heal up. Baby Q tries to steal it all away, but there's not too much time left. Dingo's got to make a move. Sam9 as well as RSG, they'll keep them at bay as well. Luyu secures those points as they will have fought for their own. Homebois trying to make a little bit of run for his life. He swerves all the way back. Yoodo has only got 2 first aids. Isaac's going to be tagged up. Geek Fab, they are slowly but surely securing the entirety of the lower end of the sector, while R2K, they're the next one to bow out.
Just nicely, as we speak about that, but Dingoz is the kingmaker this time. I did say about how they are going to anticipate people, and this is how exactly they are doing it. They are waiting, they've seen each other already, but they're holding on. Right now, Homebois is coming into Geek Fam, and Geek Fam is waiting for the arrival. Homebois have been doing the same stunt, the same people have been meeting one another. Snipes, waiting one by one, but again, Dingoz.
Man, Dingoz is so sharp as ever, and they will get themselves the 5-pointers out there as well. Homebois, though, they're doing a lot of work. EFAM is only left with Dabber all alone, hiding inside the smoke. Homebois, they're tagging each other up, while Tam gets sniped from afar. It's going to be Sane that will get the frag onto Tricks instead. Now, right down below, it's only going to be Sane left for Geek Fam, and he goes in for the drop shot. He does clear up the rest of Homebois. What a turn of a round, and I thought that Geek Fam would have been the gunner right there and then, but Zen9, they might be able to finish what Homebois couldn't accomplish, as we still have 8 more teams left. Baby Kim finally gets spotted out by Stone from below, while Luyu takes the M249. Final member of GENEXUS bows out. 7 teams left as we continue on with the pursuit. This is going to be challenging for every player out there. Sane already by the corner of the blue, and they really have to just snug in for that top 3 position. Dingoz spots out Zane, and he's going to be a goner. There's no way that he could possibly survive out of that. Geek fam will be out.
Yeah. Geek fam was assisted, or in a way, not assisted, but the ones that was disturbing Geek fam was actually Sam9. So in a way, helping out Dingoz, helping out RSG. So Geek fam, there's no chance for them to leave because they was sandwiched in the middle. Now RSG, the only person alive, which is Luke, Dab, and Stone. Today they are looking like feisty as ever. They are returning their fire, even though Two is still alive. Like I said, they came into boot camp without any interference. That's the reason why they can come in easily without anybody in front. So here we go. We only have 6 teams. If you're wondering where is the rest, they are playing the healing game. So the ones that is near the circle is actually Dingoz the Kingmaker, Sam9 who got an easy entrance, only with RSG left.
RSG is in a really tight spot. Look at the circle. It does not favor either side of the team. While all they have to do is to skirmish until they get themselves that advantage. RSG, they got taken out by the blue zone. None of the players get the point, but my goodness, 1 Molotov is all it takes for Ricky to secure both of the points. And they are the only team remaining that's going to be here. Kacang Susu is still playing the healing game while we do have Leo doing exactly the same. And it's time for a little bit of a dance as we are celebrating the chicken dinner for Dingoz eventually.
Yeah, and Farang Legend will finally get number 2. The team that is actually beside Kacang Susu's team, always getting into the healing games, is actually Farang Legend. Today they are showing that they are back. Kacang Susu will go down first. After that we get Olio, who had like I think about 10 first aids right now. And of course Dingoz, the Kingmakers.
I wonder if he could still make it into the zone though. Olio has 10 packs, so it will take a little bit of time before he gets there, as we can slowly see him approaching towards the corner. Remember that legendary round in PMGC where iShots managed to get the chicken dinner from the outskirts? Yeah, this could be possible as well, so long as Dingoz is out in the open and Olio
he just got 8
walks
more.
in. Yeah, and
No, I mean,
yeah,
Kacang
he
Susu.
found the loot on the ground, so it's great news for Axis Red One. So Kacang definitely being the ultimate survivor. Man, he's aiming for that $700, I'm telling you this.
Wonderful job, Kacang Susu. He was nearly eliminated earlier, and then he found that loot box who had like
But
7
Olio's
more.
coming in though. Can he make it in time?
Nah, I don't think so. It's quite far.
It's pretty far
actually
now.
about 100 meters. So
Yeah.
nah, we know who's the Axis Red One will be number 2. Looking at the first aid. Ta-da! There you go.
All right, the match is concluded, and of course, we celebrate the victory of Dingoz Esports. They've got accumulatively 9 points apiece, and of course, this is their chicken dinner to take. Let's send it over to the highlights for the recap, and we'll hit it back to Keith.
As I mentioned previously before this, there are 2 ways to take on Sandhawk. Either you be the aggressor or you be passive enough like what was displayed by Axis redONE, Hey Noob, who tried to last his way throughout the entire circle. Either ways, there are no right or wrong answer. Let's be honest, Sandhawk is a complicated match, but man, Dingoz, they played that one absolutely well. Okay, it goes down to how they control the area of the map here. But before I break things any further, take a look what's on your screen. Corn in a co-op suit still up for grabs. Just look at the code you have right now, screenshot it, or immediately head over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem to redeem it. Because again, like I mentioned, these are unique links, which means you can't just have a screenshot and save it for later because someone else might have already claimed the prize before you do. And you know what they say, there's no such thing as second place. You're just the first to lose. So be the first and claim yourself that corn in the cob suit right now. It's one for the Harvest Festival. And yeah, there's a bunch more good things that PUBG Mobile has been pushing throughout this entire week. So one of those good things happens to be the brand new PUBG Mobile version 1.9, which is the new patch note release here, which introduced you to a vibrant anniversary. Like the term vibrant, which is, if you're into what's the graphic design and whatnot, then you know that vibrant really means like colorful per se. And so they introduce you colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, as well as the new cams. And classic mode has also been improved just by a bit. Actually, a whole lot. Take a look at that one on top of your screen right now. Mechanically, it has been improved with countdown reminders for the play zone so you don't get lost within your battles here. Make your decisions more wisely. Viewpoint has been adjusted. That one might need some time getting used to. Firearm attachment now in a single button, which does help being more efficient when it comes to the hand-to-hand combat. And Erangel's new bridge, which I do believe opens so many doors here when it comes to formulating tactical approach when it comes to these choke points. Something like a Sandhawk where bridges are so prevalent, hopefully those sort of design on a bridge does translate over to the other maps and into the competitive field. But of course, they're not going to do that just yet. It takes time getting accustomed to anything new, and that's why they call it testing the waters out in classic mode, where it doesn't matter if you lose in that fight at a bridge because it's just classic mode anyway. Probably you're in there just to troll. Let's be honest. Some people do that. I'm one of them. Guilty as charged. So, talking about the game before this, we have quite the number to cover here. I've seen two technically behaviors when it comes to the team and how they approach the map of Sandhawk. Obviously, some of these teams came in with the mindset to already play the healing game, and you can see that from minute one as the first circle appears itself, while the rest of this team already had a mindset in place to actually become first movers and take on fights as they wish. So it's a very interesting one once you actually have an overview over the map while the whole game is playing on, and it helps you understand how some of these teams look at the entire gameplay here in Sandhawk from the get-go, right? But before we go on further, do take your time to go over to socials and wish PUBG Mobile a very happy anniversary. And here it is today, the first winner chicken dinner going to the side of Dingoz with 9 eliminations for their name with 15 chicken dinner points here, bringing their total points up to a total of 24. Meanwhile, coming in second and close through the healing game, here we've got 5 eliminations and 10 ranked points with a total of 15 points. That would be Olayo, who actually got 3rd place but rose above the team that had the 2nd place, that is Axis, since they did not get themselves a single elimination, you can see here, but they did get a 12-point solid just by tanking through the entire blue zone. And of course, like what one of the casters mentioned, Hey Noob is one of those person who's always been doing this strat since day one. Meanwhile, Sem9 gets MVP, which is an odd one out. 4 eliminations, 616 damage, 54% team contribution by the guy named Stone. I believe he is a new player within the league as well, or within the MY competitive scene. 170 meters longest elimination distance. Why, I was a bit surprised that he showed up as MVP, because one of those teams who actually decided to play it slow and had a hard time actually finding their way into the circle was Sem9, and I'll show you in just about a bit. Dingoz now currently solidify their lead here at the #1 spot, increasing further that disparity now in a much more comfortable position. I believe it's about 30 points different now, so that is a game and a half more than the second place, that is Team Bosskur. At 169, still very doable. 3 chicken dinners each here, only shying out by the total of consistency that was pulled off from these teams. R2K still within the area at 166. Homebois maintains at 160. Meanwhile, second draft, no changes from 11 to 13, so Team Secret will not be seeing the upper, or should I say page #1, right? Sem9 as well, no shifts with the points that they've accumulated in that game #1. Farang does go up into 14th place, while RSG make way for them, going down to 15. And well, Team SMG, ALMGHTY and GENEXUS now together with KHI Esports and MAB occupies the bottom 5 position. Obviously, some of these teams didn't get the chance to play here because they have been sitting out on it. Team SMG and KHI, I believe, within the same Group E here, so they did not get the chance to shine or at least try and pull in points their way. But this could be a good thing. They just now skipped a map in Sanhok, the most random map in the entire competitive game, the hardest map to play around with, just because of the nature of the demography, the geography of the entire map here, and the circle and how things usually play. Maybe it's a good thing, and so Group E can start accumulating from Erangel and Miramar, which increases their chance to actually pull their way up. Now take a look at how that winner chicken dinner was made here. Dingoz again doing this sort of 1-1-1-1 split as they always showed in the Sanhok map to go in for loots and eventually rendezvous up onto Paradise Resort. It's similar to what they have done before this, and they have always been doing this so successfully, but it's how they choose to play this game that's very interesting, because if you notice, they always send 2 people out forward. Meanwhile, 2 more always stay within compounds to fight things out, to minimize risk at the same time, maximize the number of information they can get. And we can see this is the position they held for the longest of time, with 2 players on top of the high hill here. I believe they have shot some of the teams in the process. They're just being an entire nuisance. Team Secret was one of those teams who fell down to this sort of map control that they displayed. Look at that, Baby Kim and Ate, they just go on crazy up in the front lines, up in the high grounds. Meanwhile, the other 2 played safe within compounds to minimize risk in case things go south. But thankfully for them, they are Dingoz, and we know they can fight really, really well. And if you can see, in terms of the behavior, Homebois actually in Circle 1 immediately makes the rotation the moment the circle showed itself into the bypassing Geek Fam and occupying the area first. Geek Fam made it next in. Meanwhile, Sem9 and ALMGHTY, they chose to play it a bit slow, which was a worry, and eventually they had only 1 bridge to funnel through, and they got into a heated situation, which then caused Sem9 to actually, maybe even swam across. I didn't even see how they got by, but judging by where they ended up, they probably swam their way across from the Camp Alpha. As the circle closed down, they had Baby Kim within circle already, so that would clear some of the way for the rest of the teams to advance forward. By here, Axis had a clear path in, because Geek Fam and Homebois got into a confrontation right next to each other. As we saw, their rotation was pretty much similar. I think I know why Homebois moved the moment the circle showed itself, because it already looked like the circle was going towards the island, on the right, the bigger island. And so they made a beeline knowing that Geek Fam does spawn their way onto ruins and have a easier time to get by. So by moving faster, at the moment it showed itself, they get to go through with less risk possible, assuming that Geek Fam was still right at the back end trying to loot things up. So Homebois occupied the situation, which would have gone well. Unfortunately, they lost the one-to-one gunfights up on the hill itself, despite having the number advantage and even the high ground advantage. Eventually, with the map control that Dingoz has been occupying, again with the similar setup here with Ate and Baby Kim, who was fronting everything. Now with their rotation into the circle, they got I'd say 50% of the map belongs to them, only split by some of the waters in between, so there's a less likelihood a team would try and sneak them from the flank side. GENEXUS will be busy healing. However, if he did make the way through, he could have been a thorn onto Dingoz, seeing as though that he could be a third-party factor here. However, 8 circle isn't so kind. He would eventually go down, and with that, yeah, he got some shots out. And Sam9 as well was there, but look at the placement of Dingoz up on the high ground, behind rocks. There was no way Sam9 and RSG was going to push upward without actually getting away with it, right? So it was a hard game to play for the rest of the teams itself. So Dingoz, just by how they like to play these games here, minimizing risk and maximizing the offensive or even information within their formation here, is I think what has gotten them so far, and they are one of the more consistent teams within the league. So I think there's something to learn here when it comes to how Dingoz play their map. And maybe if you're a team up against Dingoz, which is, let's be honest, in the game you can't really tell who's who, but you could kind of assume that they usually deploy their members elsewhere for information, or if not, a wider control spectrum over the map. So that was how Dingoz got themselves the first chicken dinner of the day here in the final day of week number 1. Really good stuff, spectacular stuff. Like, although the circle was as fair as it got, anyone could have won that one. If I'm being honest, Team Secret could very well actually won the fight when they pushed towards Dingoz, but they didn't. So it still came down to a certain extent, raw skill. So we will move on from Sanhok. It is Sanhok after all, moving on from the most random map out of the entire map rotation, going into Erangel next, and then Miramar, and ending the day with Erangel. So we will move on from that one. We will get into more action just about a bit, but first, a quick break from us here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you in just about a bit.
We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here, finally we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess, and it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're going to call that platform. King of the platform, I guess?
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL MY from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, ALMGHTY definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, ALMGHTY. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all 4 still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but...
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
To you.
hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy. Free point je kot.
Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us, since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Siapa tu? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu.
I think exist because of Jumper. Actually he replaced Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle Team AZ before. They really barbar. Kita pun tahu how Jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well with Jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like, Haiko went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan?
Tim Bosskur lah, Tim Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance. So don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek Fam. Once a Geek, always a Fam.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
And we are back in the heat of the moment here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. With 4 more games to play, 4 more chances for all these teams to earn their respective own winner-winner chicken dinner. So far, we've seen it taken on the side of the MY region. SG has tasted the platter themselves. Will PH ever get themselves a chicken dinner by the end of this week? I guess in this next 4 games, we will find out, because now that Group E has come into play here, KHI Esports now has a chance to try and earn for their very first winner-winner chicken dinner. Hey, what's going on? My name is Keith. I'm your host for this evening, and just a huge shout out to the people on top. Talking about, of course, the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this whole momentous event happen. They're the reason why I'm right here. They're the reason why the casters are sitting by the desk. They're the reasons why you're watching this at home, okay? They're giving you a chicken, me a chicken, everyone gets a chicken one way or another. So go over to PUBG Mobile on your socials, be it on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Go wish them a very happy birthday. I'm sure they appreciate it. In fact, if they don't, the algorithm will on their behalf, and then henceforth the growth of PUBG Mobile will be exacerbated from that point onwards. So doesn't take too much to do. Plus, we have time before the flight does take flight per se over the skies in Erangel. So before we move on further, let's just here's a quick recap on what happened previously, and it is the head-to-head right now with Sam9 stoned right next to Dingo's Kiddo. It's Kiddo who has 4 kills to the 3 of its Kiddos, 616 damage for Stone, 525 for Kiddo. However, Stone brings it home with more than 50% of the team contribution on his shoulder. So a respectable guy that he is. Right now, take a look at elimination and damage. Dingoz obviously towers the rest here. 9 kills with 1,549 damage being dished out, only seconded by 3 other teams. Geek Fam got themselves 7, as well as Sam9 and 1 more other team, which I kind of missed because my reaction time is not up to par with the rest of the pros here. Now, talking about this next match though, Erangel is coming in hot. We've had finally 1 circle that pulled up north yesterday. Besides that, everything has gone into one of the most difficult circles to play around with, pulling down south or somewhere in the middle or even on a western side. So where will this next circle be? That is where we kind of decide where does the advantage goes towards and how these teams have their game plan formulated around it. Of course, this is going to be game number 2, which means A, B, C, E will be playing. The one sitting out will be Group D. That includes Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, and ALMGHTY. So SG will be taking a break from this one. And here is who I think is going to win that winner-winner chicken dinner. Time and time again, we've seen R2K bag it when it comes to an even playing field. It's like when it comes to a no advantage approach, if you're on flatlands and they're on flatlands, going on with 4 members against 4, mechanically R2K always come out on top. So that's why I kind of have a hunch that this chicken dinner could possibly be theirs. We've seen how Dingoz is on a roll and R2K gets their chance at the spotlight. And so now Dingoz just had their winner-winner chicken dinner. R2K, the one team that Dingoz is afraid of, might just be telling that they could be the next one to bag it home here in the final day of week number 1. We have a lot of games to cover here. This is Erangel, the second game for the day. 3 more after this, but first, let's not count the eggs till it's hatched here. So we will, one step at a time, unravel the entire adventure, starting off with Erangel. So Cassis, please take it away.
Hello everybody and welcome back to 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Tournament. And I am Sis Jenny, accompanying me is Contra.
That's right, and of course, we'd love to have you guys on board. Sure, you guys could hit that like button, subscribe button, wherever you're currently watching from, and click share to spread the love to everyone else. So far, things are going good for all the teams. Maybe those that are on the bottom of the standings, yeah, they could use a little bit more of a motivation. So make sure you guys show all of your support as well as love by cheering them on. Now, we're getting ourselves ready for the bigger maps to come. We got both Miramar as well as Erangel in a few moments time. But of course, we start things off with Erangel first, I do believe.
Yes. Erangel, so where are we going to go today? I'm not so sure. We have yet to see the circle closing into the bridge, the new bridge. I think it's going to be hard, so hopefully, maybe, just hoping that it's not going to show itself in grand finals. I think that is the last thing that teams would want to see, circle closing into the bridge.
Indeed, and I guess that there is a lot of ways that the team have adapted to each other already by now. It's been 1 full week, and it's really important that on this Sunday night, they will get as much points as possible because those bonus points will be carried forward to the grand finals. This is the brand new format that we're running here in the PMPL MYSGPH. And without further ado, we'll be looking at Mr. Unknown taking us through to sunny Erangel.
Yay! Erangel, my favorite map. I love this map. If only can play 5 times a day. But no, I'll be selfish. But yes, I love this map so much. And it seems like it's starting from the north all the way to the south. It starts from Jogopol, ends in Subnoska military base. So a little bit of history about Erangel. Actually, this map is being highly influenced by a place in one of the places in this world, you know. So actually, if you guys Google it, you guys can see the name is similar. So to the creators, I think they did a good job.
Yeah, and I would say the same about Miramar as well as Sanok, as you can see that in Sanok there's a lot of Southeast Asian influence name as well, where it's always tropical right there. And well, the Desert Dunes, well, if you've noticed, like some of the words are in, you call it Latin, Spanish, I don't know which one is which, but yeah, somebody educated me on that. So with that being said, we are seeing Dingoz dropping close by to Geek Fam as they are taking the hospital ground. So if Geek Fam's not careful enough, they might just get a little bit tagged up. RTK pretty much having the whole sector of the southwestern end of Quarry. If they want to loot up to Primos as well as Fair Pure, they have ample of loot to go by. And speaking of which, we have a stray member of Team Secret already getting picked off. It's Axis redONE with a head start, while Psycho will have a little bit of a run in, and then Oleo's going to be trying his best to save his teammate, but nothing they could possibly do. Oleo is too fast and too furious.
If only he can actually get that in the bag, you know. He was trying to run back to get that confirmed elimination points, but I'm not sure. Team Secret right now, they're having a skirmish. I'm not sure why they are nearby where Axis redONE is, because one of the reasons possibly they are trying to head into Cerveny, and Axis redONE, they are always around this area. So Axis is just coming in strong and hard to say for Kid. He has to be in the place where the entire Axis redONE is there. I'm not sure if that is a confirm. Oh, Farang apparently got that elimination point. So, unfortunately for Team Bosskur, they are stranded.
Yeah, Oleo ran over the member right across, and nothing too much you could do. There's no time for resuscitation, and the only attempt that was brought forward by Bosskur was to try to park the buggy in an order where you won't be able to get it called up. Now, it's going to be Kachak Susu that will meet the wrap of Matoy. He does have the shotgun. He's trying to fend off against 3 members of Axis redONE. This could possibly be Team Secret having the roughest of run-ins. And ever since they changed this drop spot, it hasn't really worked out too much. Maybe Pachinki is a little bit of a stretch for them with that flight path, but it's still reachable. So I think that this is a huge punishment from the get-go. Axis redONE definitely took over control, and iShots, at least he does have a little bit of weapons to work with by the corner of shooting range. As we proceed forward with the bout of the match, we've already had, you know, 5 players already taken out in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, agreed to what Contra said. Like, they did not expect to clash into where they were, but they should know their surroundings better, because these teams, it's not alien to them. They know that, you know, Axis is around the area. Team Secret no longer in Pachinki. They have already shifted in Cerveny. Pachinki is currently taken by Clash Guerilla. So, you know, things happen, and unfortunately, I don't know why something tells me Team Secret is going to go for a hunt after this match. They're going to find an Axis redONE at least, because it's too early to get 3 Team Secret players out of the match. It's only 4 minutes. They barely touched the phone, probably just about to cross their legs. You know, when some players, they will follow their legs, and then they are about to just take the pillows, and then boom, died and eliminated. So really not unhappy situation, but at least they have a longer break time this time. Try to come back stronger.
Meanwhile, they could each get their own dinner, except for iShot that has to work a little bit of overtime. Well, it's not really overtime. I mean, players, what I do know about this schedule is that since they have this league that's running in the evening, usually they will be able to get some good sleep till the late mornings, or some even to the afternoon if they had extra trainings over the midnight streams as well. So I guess that for the team, they just have to prepare themselves much better next time around. So I guess the reason of changing drop spots here is quite significant. Cerveny as an area by itself is secluded as compared to the rest of the town. So that could easily be a little bit of advantage. But speaking of advantages here,
oh no,
iShots, he tried to change his weaponry just to go in for the spray down. Now he's going to be facing off against Bosskur, where GENEXUS, they're far from the usual drop as well. So they're not too worried about this. Now that they do have more members coming in, GENEXUS is wrapping things around, and iShots all alone. This is possibly the hardest way that Team Secret fans will have to swallow the current situation. But the damage being done, grenades being lobbed in, iShots, he knows that 2 versus 1 is going to be hard, so maybe he will go for Bosskur instead.
It's not good news at all for iShots because NSEA is around the corner. They're going to come in for a fight, I'm sure. GENEXUS has already come in, and I don't think it's going to be a long ending. I mean, a long fight. It will be a short ending for this one. iShots, he's vulnerable. Loon can see him from the back. He's just lying down, proning, doing nothing right now. There you go. A fast ending for Team Secret. Back in the lobby for Team Secret, it's predictable that unfortunately they have been contested quite early. If you're wondering where Axis Rate 1 is supposed to drop, they were supposed to be around TABAH. So probably that's the reason why the clashing is happened early. Axis probably just decided to divert a little bit, or they decided to go into one particular compound and then loot first. But unfortunately, Kit has to be there, so that's how it all started. But now we're seeing the chase from Yoodo, Alliance for Rivals, and EVOS.
I don't think it's going to result to all too much between the two of them as they are cutting into the corners of GENEXUS. But I like the way that you brought up some fair points where they have the main rotation back into their hometown, and I guess we have to focus to this fight because they're taking it up close and personal. Molotov being expended as they drop one towards Barbura, able to be able to find Samzy. Their main factor already down and out. 3 members left for inside of EVOS VIP to fan off against Yoodo Alliance. They started off with a lot of grenades. That is to my surprise. While Appy is only 50%. Sound is going to wrap around. He does get a little bit more vision. He will get the drop. The captain of the team trying to bring it all back. They do get 2. EVOS VIP. They stood up strong, and now Yoodo Alliance is in trouble as well. Razor needs to keep a close watch. Ape will know he's going to be around. He did see a little bit of glimpse. Now they will hustle around this buggy. Luke damage being done. Ape getting tacked up as well. He does land those shots against Razor. Now it's down to Mika to turn it all around. He gets the angles, and Mika, he gets the drop. Now it's all down to Voki, the king of nades, landing one on top of Voki. Well, on top of Mika instead. Insomnus, what could he possibly do? Adam's coming in for the steal as well. Razor getting tagged. Insomnus, he's running around, and he's gonna assist Yoodo Alliance on their pursuit.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game, I would say. I really like that CQC. They were fast. They were showing off their skill sets for EVOS, equally to Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. It was fast reaction. You could see how Mika come in clean, reading the minds of the enemy. But Adibs also, this season, new team just entered PMPL, is showing a whole lot of skills, and they are not afraid of any teams. That's the reason why they are like, okay, there's a fight, we're gonna try and kill. We're gonna try and steal the kills. But wow, that was an amazing fight.
Indeed it was. They played spoilers, and that's the cleanest way that you can earn points here, especially on the open grounds of GENEXUS. So these two teams, they've gone on that engagement and clutch, definitely making proactive moves. Quick loots inside Pochinki, move out of that, head into the open field farms, and now they can just lock eyes, wait for Yoodo Alliance or even EVOS VIP to try to move out. So Insomnus now has to play this one out alone. They did secure 2 points for their efforts. Same goes to Yoodo Alliance as well. And well, the other 2 points have gone over to Adibs, who's definitely doing massive work throughout the entirety of the week and definitely deserves all the recognition that he can get. Team Hawk though, I haven't really seen too much of Team Hawk lately, and honestly, Zuli wasn't in this form where he's being very passive throughout. He's like one of the main marksmen of the team. And as a captain, I guess that over time he's got other priorities as well. Maybe the roles have switched up for a bit for Team Hawk. Of course, this is a little bit of an update to some of the compounds. If you might have not played PUBG Mobile for too long, now there is a little bit of a tiny bunker down below. I almost wanted to say attic, but attic's on top of the roof. I mean, on top of the floor.
Oops, nah, yeah, but yes, to what Contra said, there's a bunker in some of the houses. Prison there is, Evac Servani also. But yeah, he's just seeing some rotations. In fact, just now earlier, we did see Farang Lejund coming in close to where EVOS was. Probably heard the gunshots, want to join in. But EVOS, unfortunately, they already left with only one player, even though they were trying to win. But over in the kill feed, we are seeing another. This is the same one. Apparently, Yoodo Alliance for Rebels are going to do a push, and we're going to see whether Insomnus is able to clutch the two OG players. We've got Apple and Voke. Voke is coming out to play. So let's see if they can stand this off. Insomnus is going to do a smart, clean rotation here, but 2v1. Who is going to win the battle? They have seen one another.
Wow.
Insomnus playing mind games, but nope. It's just too painful from Apple. Shots and assisting from Voke.
A little bit of ring around the rosy. Still a valiant effort coming in from the captain of the team. He almost gotten Voke, but you see the tag team duo between Voke as well as, I do believe, was that Apple?
Yeah.
Yeah, Apple. They took turns, basically. Okay, one guy covers the left and the right. They drop in some of all these expendables. And after that, once Voke gets tagged up, he immediately turns over to the door, and the recovery was fast. That's what you expect from a top-tier team. And as the battle continues, we're going to be seeing the rest of Clutch Guerilla to play this one out slowly and smoothly. I really do wonder what's happening to Damaso. He has left every single item on the ground. Rankit, is he going to come over to lend him some support? Yes, he would.
He fell from the vehicle just now. And I think he's having some arguments with the team. Probably like, are you not going to come and fetch me? Because he's actually, yep, there you go. He's going to try and revive, but he was almost disappointed, leaving everything behind, bro. You can see something happening in the comms here right now.
Well, I think it's just for fun. He thinks that, it's over. You can't get me. But Rankit, I think that he's definitely the MVP here, coming with a pickup. Now it's just early blue zone, you know, like you could still easily heal back up. So that's not too much of a worry for the rest of KHI. And honestly, there's just short distance coverage for them to enter the zone, but there's going to be a huge population up to the center of this hospital ground as well. Now, Bard's going to take over the same exact area where Yoodo Alliance had that fight early on. Clutch Guerilla, if we're going to be able to take a look at this, well, this is just likely off of that compound, while Homebois, they're going to be sending Iron Pro for the far right-hand flank. And he's going to be moving up to the hill. Funky's going to be able to get out while the grenade is being charged up, lobbed towards the side of Bard. Not going to be connecting, I do believe. The angle's not too clear for them. While they are having this tug of war, there's something happening up top of the hill. King of Mountain right now is Farang Lejund, as they manage to get their bullets through the head of Saint.
They are the ones who are on top of Mount Getka. But here we go, Axis Red 1. Like I said, around the area, now already met up with the GENEXUS. Again, these two teams were together. Adik, look, trying to do that sharpshooter range. Gonna get a little bit more to Damroot, but wow, that is very ambitious. He just threw a grenade. But anyways, Haynope here is taking up the fight with GENEXUS. Mika is already down. Jumper has already opened up. But it seems like it's going to be an advantage for GENEXUS, even though they are kind of cramped up together. But they still can fight together. Already eliminated Mika, so left with Haynope and Jumper. And Jumper will try to give the orders on what to do, but Haynope is taking the damage. He's tanking it out, tossing off the grenades, but someone is coming. Oh, what good game instincts that was.
But Haynope slowly bleeding out. The grenade will connect perfectly. Bosskur with the Troubles, hitting the mark. And it's all down to Jumper. They might suffer the same fate as Team Secret coming in from the northern end. Haynope has been secured by Bosskur. One of the best players that we've seen from GENEXUS so far, performing very consistently round per round. This guy at least brings 2 points back to the team. He's not going to be worried about Jumper. They just leave them be. And more trouble lies ahead for Geek fam. on the foothill of Mount Gatka. Adik Luke coming over to Mini 14 has been dishing pain. They've blown up the buggy, so Geek fam, they're left stranded. Though they have started out inside of Georgia Pole, this didn't seem like the perfect playground for themselves, but they still have the circle with them. That's good news. While 7-9, they're playing it really safely by the lower grounds on that police station. The other teams, though, on the southern end, they're gonna make quick moves. So Farang, they got to get their bullets ready for this.
Well, they managed to steal one person from Geek fam, at least. Well, they were trying to come up to Mount of Gatka, so I think Farang Lejund is trying to take that away from them, but Dingoz decided not to go into the compound of 7-9. They are going to go away, but unfortunately, there is going to be other teams that's going to hit onto this scene right now. Geek fam, again, being stranded like what Contra is saying. Join in with Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Snipes is going to get ended.
Yeah, Snipes. There's not going to be any assistance given to him by the rest of Geek fam. Suppressed by the ones on top of the hill. Voki's going to get tagged out as well. The only member remaining for Yoodo Alliance is April. While Geek fam, they're just sitting tight. R2K, they also want a piece of the pie. They could climb up and just take Snipes out. Lex Bot is going to be able to find two members of Homebois. Make that 3. Lex coming with a double with good coverage by the rest of NC. Oh, this fight here is just happening all over the place. Iron Pro gets dropped out. That grenade eventually will connect to Iron Pro, and even if it doesn't, Homebois, they're pretty much stranded out in the open.
Yep, similarly to Geek fam, unfortunately, but Helton is coming in. Again, Damroot already knocked 3 times this time. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals leaving only with 1 player. Voke was eliminated by Helton earlier by the help of the Mountains. And now the people of the Mountains is going to come down and they are going to try and finish the deal with at least Geek fam, with leaving QB and Damroot. He's still on his knees.
Good shot coming in from Radkid as he takes down Alex. Well, Lex Bot, he's got no business being outside in the open, but the refracts will come in. Frankie holding the angles really well. Radkid tries to invade with his buggy and will meet up with the member of NC. Now, it's 2 members left for TABAH NC. 1 member taken out earlier, Demigod. We'll just sit this one off. At least having the entire bunker of the warehouse could give them a lot more room to breathe, but Frankie, he will continue to flush them out with grenades if he could. So that area is off limits, and what they could possibly hit harder is to break all the vehicles so that KHI Esports can move off from there on.
Guys, but now, hello, Civil War, we are back. Brothers in hand, but enemies in the game. We are looking at Farang Lejund and CLC, who used to be from the same clan. Now they are different, and now they are right neck and neck with one another. One more time, Shinzi just giving all the information, and they are waiting the time to push. I want to see this fight again to see whether the brothers is going to take each other down. You know, R2K is around the corner. Blue Zone's coming in, but it's not too late for Clutch Guerilla to take the fight, because QB will not do anything. He'll just be a sitting duck over there. Farang Lejund has to divert attention to the people of the mountains.
Whoa, NC now coming with a really close quarter combat. Fax tries to bring him down, and he will find another point. That's going to be a 2 versus 2 skirmish. Homebois coming in with his own vector, chasing around that section, and Frankie comes in with another frag of his own. Frankie could take out the rest of KHI Esports, just hiding behind that wall. He's being spotted out already. Not too much he can do. The mouse is pretty low, but he tries to jiggle it. While we have Frankie as well as Flax working magic happen. And that's the 13th place finish for KHI. Dingoz down currently on the move. We'll at the rest of Bosskur landing those shots upon those vehicles, but Homebois, with only 1 player to run the show, this is not going to be working out well for Bart. They still have another 2 that have survived. Farang will land those grenades in this civil warfare once more. Shinsei, there's not too much cover for them. Clutches out it's Farang Legends that takes over.
Ah, brother. The big brother is coming out to play now. This time they're responding well for this. But there you go. That's a classic example of we used to be together, but we're no longer. You know they are the mastermind. But Team Bosskur again have perfect timing, perfect plays. I'm not sure if they're going to dominate this time because we did see something happen in Erangel back then when Psycho had a good point of advantage, point of view, and this time we might see another deja vu.
Just have to wait it out. It's still unclear. We have 10 more teams. Zoli now getting picked off as well. Ah, boy. He's still by the corner of the window pane, and that was a perfect shot coming in from Stone, bringing the car 98K here to fend off against the rest of Bosskur. But the thing is, I don't even see where Sem9 plans themselves at, so that's going to be a really long shot coming in from Stone, the latest member added into Sem9, while the rest of GENEXUS is going to be pretty close by. They're playing by the corner of the hill. One grenade being lobbed here by Luyu. And it's going to be hard for him to actually land that one on top of Deb. That's the same area where he landed that pan winner chicken dinner. While we have Aboy still picking onto Team Hawk. More and more rebuys will come true. Look at the crowd from south as well as north. The ones in the middle, Bosskur has the perfect chance. All they have to do is to hold out this compound while the rest of them are squirming their way for help. Aboy gets the nade. Baby Kim's down. And Dingoz. They have Yoodo here that's still hanging by the corner of the broken NSEA. Helton's going to find one. Great work from Farang Legends thus far, while Stone gets another tap towards Dingoz Esports.
Team Bosskur just showing a good gameplay here with the premium spot that I was talking about. One by one goes down. But Team Hawk has nowhere to go. Dingoz, similar effect, but they are still keeping quiet. Helton on the other side. If you're wondering where this fight is, it's actually a third-party affair. So right behind Sem9, there's GENEXUS, and then followed by Farang Legend. But Aboy trying to connect the dots to all these players that is currently proning outside. But with the current view that he has, the circle has to be in his favor so that he can get those elimination points in the back. R2K trying to also, you know, at least target a few, but the shots are not stopping. Like I said, this is a deja vu effect for Team Bosskur over in Erangel earlier.
Yeah, Snappy's going to be able to find one. Wow, that's a huge grenade! And the GENEXUS will be taken out cold with the rest of Farang still holding on. The rest of THQ, they tried to swerve into this sector with Dingoz battered and bruised much early on. Ricky tries to fend them all off with a big wraparound kiddo with 1 HP left. Can he handle it? The pressure is immense. Dingoz is out of the game while Team Hawk takes over the other corner of the map. Meanwhile, Sem9, they have Deb bleeding out in the open. No help given to him as well. Good chance for Bosskur. They still have the most members in play other than Farang Legend. Now Asper to be able to find Farang Legend the moment I speak. They try to crash in the same compound. Leo's knocking by their door, but he's all alone. Boy is not joining in the fight just yet. He will drive his way towards the other corner of the map, while Rensky did get a pick onto Aboy. Now Asper with the M249 need to make every bullet count.
Yep, they're holding on, waiting for the reset to happen. Team Hawk might get the advantage because of the timing that they decide to pick out. But Team Bosskur now, knowing that there's people knocking on the door, Rappo has been knocked and already been taken out from all the players that is currently outside, similarly to Olio, because, you know, they were waiting to do the reset. But Sem9, good timing to come out. Ainaoki trying to eliminate all the other Team Hawk players that is currently outside. But still, elimination points right now. Last update that I've seen, one of the team actually have like 12 elimination, or is it 11?
Yeah, and no matter what happens from here on, it's all about getting that chicken dinner. And Bosskur is in the prime position once again, but there's going to be a little bit more of the update of the zone. Sem9's playing outside of the open field. This could either go really well or really wrong. And speaking of which,
it's going to go wrong.
Yeah, they have to hit into the same compound or just invade the position where Team Hawk is currently positioned. Bart holding all the way in the back. He's going to sneak his way out, and there's a special package dropped over the heads of Team Hawk for them to restock. I wonder what weapon did they get out of that crate. While Bosskur, they need to just go to the streets, and I think by now, a lot of all their utilities have been expended. They still show that they have a few grenades left. Now the smokes are being set up by Heiko, so that no matter how they try to run over, they will eventually be exposed. So great positioning this time around. Team Hawk, you know, I speak about this early on that they didn't show up. It's time for them to prove me wrong.
Yep, I totally agree with you, Contra. But we totally forgotten about Yoodo Alliance for Rebels. Look at Apple. He is still alive. He has been alone since, just as I speak, he has been eliminated. I thought we were going to see like the match we saw previously yesterday, the last match where we did see Pemburu was a solo versus squad. But that is that. Naoki again trying to fish out Sam9 to come out from wherever they are. And now the blue is already painful. I don't know why. Team Bosskur might just get this in the bag.
Well, it depends on how they play this one out. Still, they are trying to remove the rest of Sam9. Farang is the only healthy remaining member for the squad. Well, they will try to go in for a little bit of drive-through, but I don't think that they serve McDonald's there. If they really do want to get themselves a little bit of burger, what they will possibly find is Farang on the other corner. They remove Sam9 for play. Now this is the top 3 scenario. Bard could just sneakily take out players after players, but if he does land those shots, Team Hawk will also be hunting out for him, so he should hold on to the trigger. That grenade connects onto his ass bar. Now it's only 2 members left for Bosskur. This game is for Team Hawk, but Bard, he's trying to sneak in from the back. He could pull those numbers for the team if he wants to. He's just waiting for him to take out the rest of Bosskur and then make a move. Behind his UAZ, and I think they've already hurt him though. And now they're trying to check each other out. Shot being Bard, Zully's first one to fall. Grenade being dropped in. Bard, final remaining member, when he will be taken out. Team Hawk's first chicken dinner has been secured on the final day of the weekend of week 1. This is the PMPL, and my oh my, some high quality plays from Team Hawk. We're gonna be looking at the highlights, and we'll pass it over to Key.
You know what they say, there is a first time for everything, and today, on the final day of week number 1, Team Hawk, my God, they'll be licking their fingers as they've tasted the platter that is a chicken dinner here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Things are turning for the best here for some of the teams in the second draft, and could we only expect more as the day goes by? But before we move on further, Corn in the Cob suit still up for grabs here with the code you see on the screen down below. Remember to be as quick as you can. Nimble is the word on your fingers here, as www.pubgmobile.com/redeem seems to be quite of a lengthy thing to type out. So if you can do so with the fastest without any sort of typo, hey, and also bear in mind to key in the code, this suit may be for you. And it's also a permanent suit, so don't worry about it disappearing the next day and thinking that, it's kind of a waste of my effort because it's gone. But also, look out for the brand new PUBG Mobile version 1.9, which now brings you a very, very vibrant, maybe even saturated anniversary here with colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycle, new cams, and something more colorful, I guess, when you put on the corn suit, adds in onto the whole aesthetics of things. Meanwhile, classic mode has been improved slightly with the new bridge and so on and so forth. Upgraded Cheer Park, Aftermath map, and the Metro Royale has been updated. Now, this is the big announcement from PUBG Mobile, okay? It's a collaboration with the game Warframe. Ever heard of it? No? Go onto YouTube and find out, okay? It's a pretty sick game as it is. Now, with PUBG Mobile coming into the mix, you can actually earn yourself some exclusive in-game outfits. So you saw those aliens? Yeah, imagine that walking around while you're playing PUBG, running in the midst of Erangel, or even Sanhok. Technically, there's no Area 51 in any one of these maps, but if I would say the closest to it with Sosnovka military base, yeah, put on the alien suit, run around in the Sosnovka's military base. Now, that pass has been out since the 22nd of March, so you are kind of late. Go onto the application right now and, well, get yourself that Royal M9 pass. That is some of the offerings that I kind of have to let you know so you don't miss out and you come back down in the comments and blame me for not giving you the urgency to claim such offerings that is up on the wall. Like I said, I'm gonna be a walking billboard or an advert, or I guess a mascot for the time being, until you take action on these promotions. Now, the game before this, so many instances did the circle favor towards, but Team Hawk was not one of them. How did it happen? How did the gamble they take paid off at the very end? Well, I guess we're going to see about that one in just about a bit later on for the screen recap. Of course, some things that we got to go through here is the stats at hand and the player that perform. Why? Because if you haven't ever heard, there are now individual player performance and bonuses or awards, like the Terminator, longest heal, and so on and so forth, yada yada yada, which, by the way, earns this player an additional 700 USD. Obviously, it's going to be an overall thing or maybe even a weekly thing. Not too clarified on that, but I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it does happen, right? So all these players, they're in the last day, I told you specifically, something about this league, about the PMPL MYSGP, now PH Spring, something about the last day of each week, teams started to go on the aggro. We seen it in Sanhok, where immediately people are shooting from the get-go, and now even in Erangel that we are not lacking of any action at all. This time round we had a Western circle and it played out the way it did, favoring just, we thought Bosskur, but Team Hawk, they were the one who came out on top with a total points of 23 here, 8 from the eliminations and 15 from the, well, chicken dinner themselves, finally tasting one on the final day. And you know what they say, if you're gonna go out and end the week, you end it with the bang. Unfortunately for them, it's not the end of the day. We still have Miramar, 2 Miramars, and to end the day with another Erangel later on. Team Bosskur comes in second here with their attempt, or at least the points accumulated, because surely we saw it was Homebois who ended up in second in terms of placement, but not the total points. Meanwhile, Farang Legends gets a feature. Finally, the little brother or the bigger brother. I don't know who's older, but I guess Farang Legend has been around longer than Clutch Guerilla. So the bigger brother between the two gets a feature. For so long did Clutch get the spotlight, and now Farang gets one on their own. 3 elimination, 901 damage, 35% team contribution, fairly even between the teammates here. 98 meters, longest elimination distance. Now, number one will still hold their place because, let's be honest, Dingoz, again, seemingly very consistent throughout this entire day itself. Now, 201 points as we speak here, breaking the first team to break through the 200 mark. Bosskur comes in really close despite their last efforts. It was not enough because the gap was too wide between Dingoz and Team Bosskur. Now getting even closer as we speak. probably around 13 points apart now. Homebois moves up the rank, now in number 3 at 173 points, and R2K makes way for Homebois. Meanwhile, Clutch Guerillas now pull down towards the second draft, second pager here at 130, alongside with Team Secret, who then move down a rank, but it's Farang Legends who's now moving up one step. So these two, which between Farang Legends and Clutch Guerilla, which one of them would end the day on the first draft? That would be one that's quite interesting to look at. Or maybe even the both of them ending up in the first draft. Team KHI Esports, unfortunately, maybe the slow play style, the rotation, or playing the late game strategies, maybe not panning out so well for them, but then you can also contribute that to the way the circle started. However, I saw them playing a little bit slower than usual, but enough nilly-nally. Let's just take a look at how Team Hawk, the team against all odds, occupied a chicken dinner. So from the get-go, Circle was not in their favor. They like to drop over and over Rapnoia, in which they will fatten up by looting, immediately gets vehicle, makes a rotation close towards Pochinki, just by the coastline down in south, where, yeah, you know, it's just the most strategic thing to do, having your back faced against the ocean, and you know for sure no one's going to be behind you, seeing as though that you are far from the circle from the get-go. And so they make the rotation slowly towards Gatka, in which a lot of teams actually play within this area, because when it closed down to Georgia Paul, the first thing in my mind was, this is Geek Fam's territory. This is their map, and they, to a certain extent, they tried to play like what Dingoz did in a Sandhawk. They split up 2 by 2, 2 in Georgia Paul, in which they dropped, 2 more on top of the hill. Unfortunately, unlike a Sandhawk, Arangel's much bigger. So when Farang actually, and also if you want this strategy to work, you must make sure that your eye actually covers the area that you're intending to cover. Because for some weird reason, Farang, they made it up onto the foot of the hills and contested that spot against Geek Fam, who only had 2 members up there. So with the distance being much wider, Geek Fam cannot come in with a support. Although they eventually did after they lose 1 member, and it became a 3-man, and eventually gets wiped out by the teams that are pushing. I believe it was R2K who also tried to crash onto the spot of Geek Fam by the foot of the Gatka Mountain, and leaving QB for the rest of the game, being a potato or a corn in a cob, just sitting duck. Meanwhile, NC looking like they had the advantage in the world here, being coming in a bit later, but this is what we know them to do off. Now, this is where Farang Legends actually wipe off the younger brother, that is Clutch Guerillas. And although you don't see it right here, it's a slope down, and Farang actually occupies the high ground, giving them a little bit of an edge when it comes to this trade-off. And seeing as though, just the health itself, you know that Farang has got more health points to play around with, and the manpower is fairly even. And QB also had eyes on Clutch Guerillas to even come in and disrupt them if he even wants to, right? So it was a hard game to play on from the get-go. Look at that, Farang towards the end, still holding onto their high ground, but of course, it closed down towards this tiny little compound, reminiscing of another Erangel map here with Team Bosskur. Previously, it was Psycho in the same position, gunning everyone down. So it looked like it could have panned that way once again. But Team Hawk, they did one of the most unthinkable, crashing onto the spot where Dingoz currently resides, occupying the open field, which sounded like a bad idea. It's a small circle, you're smack dab in the middle, open field with smokes, which kind of gives enemy an idea where you're positioned at. I'm surprised it took this long, right? Yoodo Alliance, who was still in the area, Appy did not pose much of a threat. They took that one out pretty easily. Sam9 did get Bosskur pretty busy on that end. Bard could have been the thorn in Team Hawk's way, but he decided, hey, I'm going to play it safe. I'm a one-man army. There's no way I'm going to go up against the entire team. I'll let them fight things out, and he does have information towards where Bosskur is, and he has eyes on all 4 members of Team Hawk. So he decided to let him out, let them fight it all out, and eventually when Bosskur goes down, he was positioned by the car to even try and take the fight 1v all, which eventually turned out the way it did. So congratulations, Team Hawk. Most damage, unfortunately though, goes to the side of Farang Legends. I say unfortunately because usually when you're getting the chicken, you want to get some of the highlight stats. That didn't pan out for them, with Farang taking top 2 place in this chart here. And they do get, though, most throwables used. I believe that one contributes towards all the smokes they have to play within that open area. Great thinking by them, recognizing the utilities they have, taking a risk to occupy a small dent in the ground. Team Hak, they rise victorious. GENEXUS, Lung, yeah, they had quite of a moment there. They did go up against Team Secret. Although third party, they still get certain kills onto their end. It was a harder rotation. Haven't seen too much of them being popped off here. So maybe they're just warming up. I mean, that's the benefit of the doubt I give to all the teams that we're playing here today. And then we are going to a Game 3 in just a bit, like shortly, actually. Take a look at this map. It is going to be Miramar now as the third map in rotation. Team A, B, D, and E will be the ones playing, which means Group C will be sitting out. That is Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, and Team Bosskur will be taking a break, maybe recomposing before they go in onto the next Miramar map of the day. So this is match number 3, which only means, including this match, we only have 3 more games to play. Yes, 3 more games to play. 3 more chances for a chicken dinner. 3 more to change a fate of a team down in the second draft. And my take on the next chicken dinner is going to be Team Bosskur. You know why? Because they went in close. To be honest, I was a bit worried. I'm like, oh wait, I kind of forgot about Team Bosskur. And usually, it's always happened the way it is. When I forgot the things that they can do, is when they shine the most. Call it a caster's curse or a host curse at this point. But when I forget about Team Bosskur, Naoki within the team just somehow managed to wake me up and pull my attention towards them, like force the spotlight towards their platform. And so Team Bosskur, I'm not gonna make the same mistake. I'm gonna get my prediction correct, and I'm gonna recognize and notice the senpai that is Team Bosskur. So first map in Miramar, third game of the day. Casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Chief Keef. And of course, you are back here for more PUBG Mobile action with me. Here is Sis Jenny, as well as I myself, Contra. We're definitely the tag team duo for the weekend. And all of you guys tuning back at home, you should check out all the great stuff that's happening throughout the season. And first and foremost, you should check out Realme's official our official smartphone partner. They came up with the brand new GT2 Pro, which is greater than you see. And of course, they've partnered with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best-in-class products. And you have even more to check out with Yoodo.
Yeah, Yoodo, our official digital telco partner. With Yoodo, you can get free 5GB with high-speed data. And if you are doing this for PUBG Mobile, here's the thing. We are going to give you 20GB extra just for PUBG Mobile data.
That's right, and you don't need to worry about losing data packets or anything at all when you're hanging out by the mama. You don't need to even borrow Wi-Fi from anybody else or a hotspot. So make sure you sign up for Yoodo today. Whenever you see that QR code, yeah, go ahead, take out your camera and just scan that QR. Simple as that. Now, let's prepare ourselves for our very first Miramar run. And I love Miramar in general because we see them bringing out their best, not only in terms of close range combat, but also when it comes down to long distance taps as well. We've seen some players early on inside of Erangel to bring out Car 98Ks, most in the gun, and all those DMRs to play. This is where we will see even more in the sunny deserts of Miramar. So back in the yesterday's run, we've seen multiple teams take the chicken dinner, and I still haven't put a finger onto who's really the king of Miramar.
Really, there's no consistency at all in how to say the leader or the king of Miramar, not yet, because all of these teams are actually perfectly okay. But there is a stat yesterday that was brought out by our magnificent forces. They did put like a rating on the Miramar Kings, and the points wasn't that far. It was like 11.6, and then we had like 10 and things like that. So I think at least top 5 teams. One of them is Geek Fam, another one is R2K. These are the same kind of teams that has been performing in Miramar. But something that I want to see a difference today is actually Axis redONE making a big difference in Miramar, because yesterday they only got 1.6.
Yeah, 1.6 is definitely not enough, and I guess that it's all down to all the circumstances that they get brought into. So when it comes down to playing in Miramar, you have to quickly get those vehicles. I think that all those vehicles are a commodity where it's not for trade, of course, but it's for them to basically propel themselves forward into a better location. So with that said, I believe that the players are getting ready, and I can't wait to see what goes down in this matchup. Make sure you go ahead to click that like button, share, as well as comment who you think will win in this Miramar run, as we are going to be heading into the match room.
Yeah, but interestingly, for this match after this, we are going to see our 2 countries playing together that is invited to come over, which is Singapore and Philippines. So hopefully this is a time for them to shine. And you know, where else can you shine when it's the last day of the week? So even though you're not at number 1, this is the time where you can practice so that you can come back better next week, especially for teams that have suddenly awakened. Like for probably, I remembered very well in the second page, it's like a big great distance. Distinct was actually Farang Lejund with top elimination points earlier.
That's right. Without further ado, let's hop right in. And once again, we're going to be looking at the average score points that they've possibly accumulated throughout the week. And Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals are the ones sitting at the top of the podium with a perfect 11.0. Not even 10. It's like they are having more than 10 points per round whenever they play this map out. So on second place, it's going to be Clutch Guerilla, while Homebois takes the 3rd spot. So a little bit of shift of dynamics as compared to what we've seen early on. That's also due to Group C currently not playing inside of this match. We do have teams like EVOS VIP that was somewhere around that top 3 the last time we've seen. So when we take a look at the rest of it, I guess that 7-9 hasn't been all too hot on their performance all too lately, other than the earlier game that we've seen inside of both Sanok as well as Erangel. I think they pulled back decent ranking points. That's definitely a good news for those supporters of them, but I want to see more from SMG particularly.
SMG has been taking a lot of fights personally. This is to my point of view, okay? Because just now they were settling it out with RSG over in Paradise. Because if you remember at one of the games yesterday, one of the SMG members decided to take Small Boy, and then after that they came into Paradise, showed that hey, stop messing with me, and then they immediately brought all of them back to the lobby. And then they had some personal issues with ALMGHTY. They keep on clashing, you know, SMG again getting back to the lobby. So this time I think they have to focus on PMPL and to get better rather than, oh no, I'm not happy with this guy. But this is just my speculations based on what we are seeing here, how they are running the game. But here we go. I'm not so sure exactly where the circle will be. We have yet to see where the circle is. But yesterday I gave a huge sigh because the circle went to the south. So I'm not sure.
It's somewhere towards the central north area, the last I saw it. So it's not too bad after all.
Oh, it's better now?
Yeah.
Wow.
It could have been better for those teams that are missing out on this match, particularly on EVOS VIP that's not in water treatment. So some teams can actually take over that sector. And I do believe that the reason that we're having multiple chicken dinner winner is that all the teams are just great in terms of quality of play, that it's hard to have consistent results when everybody's that good. Like, almost every season since the second season of PMPL, we've always had representatives from MYSG that has got into not only Southeast Asia, but also to the PMGC. And those names were, you know, Yoodo Gank by the time, Team Secret, and there were moments where we've seen glory days of SMG. I think they have definitely fallen from grace. I believe that this season, we probably will see new names of either MYSGPH to appear not only in C, but in the global stage again.
Totally agree with that, Contra. But definitely, we would like to get more supports from Singapore and Philippines. You look into the screen right now, we are seeing them at number 15 and 16. So it's not really nice to see that they are under one of the lowest part of the chart. So probably with your support, or even if you know these players, give them your personal messages. This is the time where you need to support these teams so that at
Just
least
don't
they can...
spam them on their personal number when they're gaming. That's gonna give them too many notifications, but pop by their page, and some of them do live streams as well. Send them some stars if you want to, or whatever form of support that you could possibly get. You can get them merch. And speaking of merch, today somehow we did get some special packages from Axis redONE. Their jersey's looking pretty sick, and I guess that's where all the votes are coming in from the casters. I understand, and of course they're still a high-quality team. Now, it's going to be H2R that will be playing this time around for KHI Esports. They do have, a couple of switcheroos going on between teams, and perhaps this could be going for them. Sometimes you do this because the other players specialize in certain maps. Like, say, for Sanok, Kachang Sisu is going to be that expertise of a medic that he always pulls back those points for Axis redONE. Well, is he still in Axis redONE? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And continuing on with where we left off, I think GENEXUS, they've been pretty aggressive as well. I think that they're definitely onto something as they invade the territory where Sem9's at.
Yep. I remembered about H2R. So I was doing the group draw. So I managed to talk to the manager of KHI. So she was saying that, okay, you know what? Let's just wait for that before I continue. We are seeing Putra getting engaged with GENEXUS. So he's the only one here. He might just get cordoned off because the rest of the Sem9 is not here yet. Loyu's coming in close. He is super brave, this guy. He's definitely the rusher, but from the back, not good enough. Not good enough, and the entire Sem9 will hold back. They will not push. Looking at them, they will probably do long distance range. They will not push first, but Putra is definitely giving information that the team is here. So not
Back
yet.
to your point where you were mentioning about, talking about doing the group draws and basically having some chat with the managers. What did you make out of it? Yeah.
So the manager said about H2R, this guy is a miracle, and he's the best of the best in Philippines. So I was waiting for H2R to play in ever since day one. I've not really seen him, or maybe he did.
He was playing in a few matches, but I don't think that he get consistent matches throughout the entirety of the day. And I still want to see more from him, indeed. Well, I guess we will have to continue with that conversation later on, because Sem9, they still have few members being sent in. They try to congregate against the rest of GENEXUS. Now it's not really advantages for them. I don't see Farang here across the sector of the outskirts of El Pozo. So just grenade exchanges. I think it's better for Sem9 to save those bullets and just travel their way to the circle instead of taking up a fight that they may not win.
But that's usually how Sem9 would play, They would not push. They would go for long range, especially when it's the first circle. So probably they would just get information and then they would try to bite from the back. So probably this is the same kind of tacticality that they would need to use, at least for Miramar, because this is only the first circle, and unfortunately their fragger had to be eliminated quite early. So definitely it's going to be a long standoff. Anything with Sem9 and it's the first few circles, it's going to be a long standoff. But here we go.
Indeed. Yeah, like Sem9, they're basically trying to get as much points as possible. They like to gatekeep. I guess that's the golden word for Sem9.
Yeah.
So long as, whether if you lost one member, you still want to bring some points back. You lock that specific team in those sector, and they can't really go in for those exit. But that is a very risky move, if you ask me, especially in the early game, where Miramar can go for a really long hurdle. We're still in phase 1, which is closing up soon as we're approaching the 8-minute mark. R2K, they slowly convoy their journey towards the northwestern end of the map as they have no particular challenge from the rest of the team. I think they're going to be able to at least book it out to the top of those hills, Sem9. That's where they have planned it. And I guess Harm would eventually meet up with the rest of Sem9, while Frankie and the rest of NC, they're coming in from the south end, and it's going to take a while before they get to where they need to be.
Alex Bot, very interesting player. Although his name is a bot, he's not a bot. He's actually a support, but he has very good game sense. So if you realize in NC, behind flags, usually it's behind flags, he will just come in to support. But here we go, R2K, again, like what Contra mentioned, they will be the ones that will bite behind Sem9. Man Farang is actually getting information on where to rotate, or at least to lock in the Nexus. But unfortunately, R2K decides to come into their game plan, and now they have to replan everything. At least Man Farang now just trying to go, you know, do the best, because this guy, when it comes to trigger discipline, he has the best patience. Honestly, I've seen this guy when he's just sitting there, 2-3 players from different teams just pass by, he's not going to shoot at all, and he will survive. So right now, I'm just going to see how it's going to go down for Man Farang.
Yeah, and he's just locked right in. I don't think the rest of Sem9 could send in support as well. They might have lose another member right here. While Izane finally scouted out the captain of the team. They tried to go in for the refrag. While Deb doing a lot of work, but not bringing down Izane. So this is what I've mentioned earlier, right? Early fights like this in open ground is unideal. And Sem9 definitely had a little bit of blunder right here. And Deb might have actually got his vehicle blown up. Ooh. A little bit of attack coming in from Stone. Good cover fire in order to keep Deb safe, and they will continue on their journey. The last we saw the circle, it have moved across the regions of water treatment as well as St. Martin, while Fredo, he got a little bit of a freebie coming in with Geek Fam coming by with only one player. The scouting duty of Geek Fam didn't really result to all too much, so they have to play with 3. Reaching by the edges of water treatment right now. They just got to find a safe place to call home.
I really like the disciplinary display that we saw from Fredo. You realize that he just took out QB and nobody is around the area, but the disciplinary of him to immediately deploy the smoke was there. And this is coming from a player who has played since Season 1. And it's Team Secret's player. So, you know, whatever you do, wherever you go, data analysis is important still. Even though there's nobody around the area, he did show sense of being a professional player, because you cannot expect there is nobody there. So that was really a 100.100 if I were to give him an exam test. He has passed the test, definitely. But R2K is going to do a chase down now to Sem9. Sem9 is going to try and find a safe place, but R2K, the people who can play the best when it comes to the back, they can really fish.
Indeed they would, while R2K, they don't really have to risk anything at all. Just take over the whole section of Power Grid and play this out slowly. And in Miramar, this is quite typical, as we definitely have a lot of room to banter with. So when you go into Miramar, what weaponry will you bring with you?
Go to Miramar, bring, you mean like weapons?
Yeah. What are the 2 primary weapons that you carry?
I would go for M762 and M4.
Oh, cool options.
Yeah.
M762 is one of those weapons where not many of these players like to hold, because sure, it has high damage, but the recall's pretty high as well. I would replace that with an SLR, and also if I do get myself an M4. So that's my kind of ideal setup. I like to use a 5.56 as well as a combination of, well, for 7.62 altogether. So with that being said, I guess we're slowly getting ourselves into action, Jenny.
Yeah.
So GENEXUS, I think that they started off well. They're slowly climbing the charts. The last we saw them, they were placed in 16 during the weekdays. And by weekend, yesterday, they have significant improvements but no chicken dinners yet for Biu and Co. I'm pretty sure that the fans are just waiting for that chicken dinner to fall into the plates of Biu.
Yeah. Well, Biu, the way he plays, or at least GENEXUS, is more to, you know, you're together as a wolf pack. It hurts to be in front of them, but when it's about opening up, I think other teams are way ahead of them, at least because maybe it's been a while since Biu was in competitive, but then again, GENEXUS is made out of 4 players. So as of now, we are only seeing them as a firepower team. But here we go, most trolls used is again Aizen. Aizen has always been here. Olio, but interestingly now Pemburu come into play. So
yeah, that guy came up clutch the other day where he almost got that chicken dinner against his ex-teammate Iron Pro. That was also the first chicken dinner for Homebois particularly. So it's a sweet victory, and of course a close call for Pemburu. He did rack in like what, 7 frags of his own. Surviving solo squad all the way. I'm definitely not surprised about that. And for Aizen, this is the player that every team wanted to get when the transfer window was opened up. But he decided that, hey, it's best for me to stay with R2K, and I can see why, because they're feeling very confident, very comfortable, currently sitting at 2nd place as well. All they could possibly do is just, you know, get this team that's well developed, grown out together, to reach to the top and bring the glory home with those hard-earned time and effort that they've put in. And now the rest of Farang is going to meet up with their brethren yet again, and they're prepared to take on each other. And you know, the best enemies are the ones that you know best.
come on. There's more other teams to play with. Stop fighting each other, guys. Come on. You guys eat the same food. But anyways. Clash Guerilla, here we go. They're probably trying to do a revenge at least. They have no idea that this is Farang Legend. They have no idea that this is them. But if once they found out, I think it's going to be a happy thought for them, because you know what happened to Clash Guerilla in Erangel? They got tossed into the lobby by their big brothers. As of now, we are only seeing that they are still going to engage. We are hearing a whole lot of troubles being tossed in, and true enough, Adik going to do the first damage, and they are going to push. Olio right behind, 2 fraggers here. Shinzi is already down. Adips and Funky is going to re-strategize. Xerox is here. Funky is already down. Am I seeing another takeover? Holy crack-a-mole. I think it's over. Big brother says stop copying my tracks.
Well, I don't think that they're copying in particular. Like, we take a look at their rotation. They have no other place to move, and it's like, if my little brother is on the way, I don't care. Like, this is how competitive it should be. Your siblings, they have the rivalry of their own, and yeah, they can meet for 100 times, and I will be still happy to take that match any time of the day. Now, R2K coming up close and personal against KHI Esports. And with only 2 members right there, it's not really the best possible fight that KHI would hope for. Therefore, they're falling back, hiding behind this warehouse. ALMGHTY did not being proactive. If they were, they could have actually gotten a few pointers from the top of the hill. Meanwhile, inside of water treatment, we see 2 teams. They're luring right by, probably thirsty for water by now. A little bit more smokes being set up by the rest of R2K. ALMGHTY went in to infiltrate the warehouse, and they want to take this fight head-on against KHI. It's them being sandwiched between 2. KHI, these are the only 2 members left, and this is going to be pretty rough. MYSGPH, all 3 smack dab together, and they're just going to have a little bit of brawl. It's going to take some time, though. A lot of smokes have been utilized by ALMGHTY. I really do wonder, do they really not need that many? GENEXUS, they open things up against the rest of Team SMG, but there's also RSG on top of the hill. They cannot stay out wide out in the open. Adik Luke finds Stone as well. While the battle will continue inside of the water treatment, it's going to be GENEXUS here getting the flush. And Adik Boy all alone. Final member tries to go over wrap around. He gets the drop. The rest of GENEXUS bow out.
I love it how Anik was so confident. He just knew exactly where the player was. But then again, here we go. Team Hug from the back. Farang Lejund is getting torn bit by bit, but it's not going to be the end. You're going to fight back. But with the jiggle, Helton goes down. Not enough firepower. Olio and Helton down. I don't think they can survive.
Blue zone.
ALMGHTY is also down from the other side, so only leaving with Boy. He has to leave up 3 players, but no, he's going to ditch them and going to go for survival.
He's running right into the open field, and I'm surprised that he did survive. Look at that. On the minimap, you have so many colors on the screen. Well, he made it out alive, so that's still great on them. Sure, Team Hawk, they have a few members that have been deployed to basically rack up the points against Farang Lejund, but they're the ones currently stuck right now. R2K could easily pick them up if they want to. Dep all alone, while that circle will now belong to Boy.
Yes, Boy, but look at that premium spot from Team Secret. They have the vantage point, they have the pick, they can shoot down and wait for all these teams to come in, and this is what we are waiting for from Team Secret, because they did quite, you know, they got too soon earlier on, something that we rarely see, at least from Team Secret. Now we're looking into Ranger. Ranger is in the game.
Wow. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So this guy came in from, you know, console games into PC games and now into PUBG Mobile. He is a very, very competitive player, and every turn that he has gotten to, he has won something back. Now, we see the swarm of RSG moving forward, going against Jenny, who's all alone. He needs a support coming in from Anik, but they couldn't really infiltrate for the moment. Ranger coming in for the back end to try to take them all on. Small Boy tries to fend them off. Ranger gets knocked out, but the problem here is Ranger will not get the help. Well, the final blow will come in from Fredo on top of the hill.
Yeah, there you go, Team Secret. That's the way how to show you guys are the OG people. But grenade elimination, Aizen coming in. Wow, I really like that recoil by Harm. He's taking down Almighty, who is cornered right now with R2K. Again, these two teams also have, I won't say personal issues, but looking for one another. Jerome with that CQC, not enough. 2 firepowers is too great for him to handle. And R2K just finish off and immediately moving.
They have to. The blue zone is going to hurt them a whole lot. It's already phase 5. Frankie from NSEA has gotten a glimpse ever so slightly. The rest of R2K, they can play it very safely from this corner of the crease. While Sem9 only has 1 player, not too much of a threat against R2K. They can definitely pick him on. While Dev, he did manage to get a drop onto Damroot, and Echo currently running out of the open. Easy shots coming in, hard to define Lex. While Dev burns out the vehicle, gets Damroot as well. Yoodo Alliance now will be faced off against Team Secret, who dropped that grenade. Dev running for his life. He's got to hold on. Top 9 situation. R2K is still very healthy. The rest are not so much. While Homebois, they got a nice region to play with, but it's Team Secret here that takes over control.
Yep, but unfortunately, again, the team that plays very, very well from the back, R2K, just still off Repo's position that was pretty nice and sweet, but he was standing off with Team Secret. Now get Snipes, just trying to eliminate Iron Pro from the sides here. They are struggling to come in and just finish out. Come on, Snipes. 1 more coming in, not enough. He's in the blue. It's very painful, but at least before he goes off with 1.
It's pretty rough for them. While we are having Homebois here with a quick recovery, the hurdle will continue while Bambur tries to land a grenade. He primed it a little bit too far. Eye shots now will get taken off by April as he comes in from another flank of an angle. Isaac with a crazy recoil to control. Almost getting both Kid as well as Matoy. Damage being done regardless, while Fredo will get rushed by the rest of Yoodo Alliance here to hunt them all out. Not too much left for Team Secret after all. And this is a team that dominated in most of the mirror runs, while NC will manhandle the rest of R2K.
That's how you teach them, boys. NC try to eliminate the third-party team who always gets the meta right. But Matoy is on the top with Kid. Not going to give themselves that position that easily for NC because they have spread out. They are going to try to attack. But it's not going to be just the end for Team Secret because now R2K is keeping quiet. Now they're scared.
They saw the nade dropping in. Oh my goodness, the recall is insane. Izane still doing some damage out there. Sem9 finally bowing out. Death is lasting long enough for them to secure top 7. While Izane, my goodness, 6 times and he still got it. Rush has gotten no chance out in the open. Now 12 frags for R2K. Ready to kill at any given point. Harm now will move up to the hill, so whoever's up there, you gotta be worried. RTK is in a very hot form, so those points will eventually be secured by the team. While Tam finds Voki as well, 2 members out and making the entirety of Yoodo Alliance.
Izane again controlling that crazy recoil, which is currently in a few of the fraggers. If you notice, usually is the ones that hold on to the fragging skills. This is the new recoil. If you're wondering which one, maybe PUBG will show you. But anyways, here we go. Moki and maybe being quiet for a while, trying to eliminate. Oh, Izane is finally down. If you subtract him off, you might have a chance to stop telling R2K to stop eliminate other people. But Team Secret is keeping quiet first, not fighting back because they are sealing and healing the place well. It's a good place for them. They can get this chicken dinner. All they need to do is just wait for a bit.
Yeah, but they don't really have those members though. MAB are the ones that take charge of the highest point of the current circle. And they still have the circle within them. Kid gets knocked down, leaving only Captain Matoy to fend off the rest of the teams here. Homeboys, they still have 2 more. MAB, this is the game for them to secure their very first chicken dinner. We don't really count the show match. It's been like, what, 7 days almost? It feels like it. While grenades are being lobbed in. Tam, you should be able to get this one later on, even if Matoy will be hiding by the corner of the pipes. Just taking his sweet time. This one's looking pretty good, but he still survived. How? Okay. Matoy, look out for another one.
Nope, not yet. So maybe this time it will hit, it will connect, and he will be eliminated, true enough. So here we go. Team Secret, no more. MAB, high and a very clear chance for them to win that chicken dinner. Iron Pro working hand in hand with Tam. MAB is making a whole lot of noise. You can hear the sprays after sprays because they know it's not going to be easy to bring them out. But wow, very painful shot coming from Tam and Iron Pro together. Ifta is trying to flank from the bottom, but Iron Pro will have to work together with Tam. They can't get separated. 2 firepowers might be a possibility for them to get that chicken dinner.
Right. But they're overwhelmed with members out there who's already controlling the entirety of the section and they're playing the lower ground, so it's easy for the rest of MAB to push through. They do have Iftar sent all the way forward, but he will get dropped nonetheless. John coming with a flank of his own. Now he's drawing the attention while Arpro gets tagged from afar. Smart maneuvers, and it's MAB that's finally done it. Trials after trials, and this is where they celebrate their very first winner chicken dinner. As we head over to the highlights once again, Keith will break it down for us.
Yes, MAB Esports. They've come in close towards a chicken dinner twice, but this time they bring one home and seal it in the bag. Congratulations, MAB Esports. And like I mentioned previously in the match before this, there's a first time for everything. Team Huck has claimed their first chicken dinner. Now MAB Esports. Any more teams from the second draft here has the potential to do so, including our neighbors over in the Philippines. KHI Esports, all the weight is on your shoulder here to soldier on and wave the flag of the Filipino region and actually bring one for yourself. So that will happen, possibly, or at least the potential is there, or the chance is there, at least for this next two match that we have in store for today. Like I mentioned, today itself, a lot of the teams are stepping up. Unfortunately, only towards the final end of the week. However, this is a new beginning. Could also mean a breath of fresh air for them to start in strong when the next week comes. But today is not over just yet. And in fact, I've got some good news to tell you. Okay, check out the brand new Royal Pass here in collaboration with Warframe. It is, go get the latest Royal Pass that's already been out, if I'm being honest, on the 22nd of March. So, skedaddle onto your application while I sidai you, or as the Malaysian fans would say, buy you some time before the next match comes on to play. Go onto the app and actually look this one up, get yourself the pass, and start unlocking outfits for yourself. Look at that, the new collaboration with Warframe, where you can obtain various outfits and in-game items in the event. That is PUBG Mobile. Instead of wearing helmets, you'll be wearing helmets, but from Mars, I guess. I assume that's where all aliens come from. I remember the caster bantering about whether Pluto is a planet or not. Well, this is nowhere near Pluto, but it's a great segue into something else, I guess. Now that you've seen the promotion, please do get one for yourself. I mean, it's a 4th year anniversary special, so although it's PUBG Mobile's birthday, it feels like you're the one getting the prize. Now, I gotta be clean and honest. I didn't think any of you caught it on the chat here, but I voted for Team Bosskur. I voted Team Bosskur. However, they weren't playing. I knew about the caster curse, right? I've been wrong 100% of the time, so I voted a team that wasn't playing. So I can never be wrong, because you can't be wrong if the team didn't play in the first place. How about that? You thought Matoy had big brains. Take mine on for size here. However, I'll get back into serious prediction in just about a bit. Okay, fine. I'll let this one whiff. You got me. You got me. I tried to maintain at least something good onto my own sheet, my score sheet here, which is just red in wrong predictions so far. But I'll hop back onto the bandwagon after that performance, especially. And now I'm starting to see some of these teams stepping up. Maybe I don't go for the team that are really hot and heavy right now. Maybe I should make predictions on teams from the second draft. That's a good angle. So far, this seems to be the day of the underdog. So I guess it is a really good approach to try and consider. So without further ado, let's take a look at what happened in the previous match, or the match ranking so far. We have MAB Esports with the 8 kills, 15 winner chicken dinner points here. So they have brought in a total 23 points. Surely they are down in the second draft pretty low, so I don't think it's going to leapfrog them all the way to the first draft. However, it is going to give them a great start. Once again, they have 2 more games to play today, so it's not over till it's over. R2K come in really strong this time around with 13 kills of their own, taking in the second place of the points accumulated. And R2K Zane, look at that. This man, he is the one to look out for seemingly when it comes to revenge to kill, because he's got both that thing, well, spread around his neck. I want to say tattoo, but I don't think that's appropriate. 7 elimination, 1,088 damage, 35%, nearly, at least when you round them off, 35% team contribution. This is R2K playing hot and heavy, 13 kills, 7 elimination on one guy, and that is only 35% of the team contribution. This team, somehow they contribute a lot, and they work like a well-oiled machine. Clockwork, they say. Dingoz still holds #1 based on their performance they had today. very consistent stuff. Homebois leapfrogs up onto number 2 with 192 points. R2K as well, taking up the top 3 position here at 190. Bosskur unfortunately will have to bow out from the second spot they were previously on, down onto the 4th now at 188. Take a look at the second draft. Team Secret, they've had some efforts. They knew what they were doing. Unfortunately, luck of the circle maybe made it a little bit harder to play from. So, but they will be rewarded with some sort of points moving upwards. Now they are one step closer towards hopping onto that first draft at the very least. Meanwhile, the team with the chicken dinner now up on the 15th place. MAB Esports showing off with 112 points in their name. Almighty Team SMG and KHI Esports down in the bottom 3 position, which isn't the best thing to say because it's all part and parcel of the competition, let's be honest, okay? No hard feelings. I'm not downplaying anyone here, but you have a slot from number 1 all the way down to 20, and we have to acknowledge that these 3 teams currently reside down at the bottom. Is it over for them? Of course not. Right? But nevertheless, let's just take a look at how the chicken dinner was won from MAB Esports here. Starting things off all the way in ruins nearby on the northwestern side of the map, which is finally a circle that we don't see very often, making that rotation all the way to La Cabrera. So I would say they, in a sense, got off in a good start here, having circle really next to each other. They make micro adjustment in the rotation, just taking high points after high points, and eventually arriving at the hill just by water treatment, where Team Secret also held out a bunch of the teams for the longest part. So this is where I think MAB Esports kind of got the better of the advantage, right? They were spread out onto this high ground, as you can see, perched up there, bird's eye views on the entire plane, the entire horizon here, having eyes onto everyone. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. You have TABAH NC nearby as well. KHI, who got shot by TABAH NC, I believe. And yeah, Team Secret, they were in the area. I believe they made the rotation straight right next to MAB, overlooking the entire water treatment, seeing that the circle itself kind of gives a compound towards water treatment. And Team Secret, they saw that. They knew that teams were going to start venturing into water treatment for cover or whatnot in its compound. However, seeing as though that it is by the edge of the circle, the likelihood of it closing towards it maybe of a long stretch. So this is the place where I kind of commend Team Secret for what they did, right? Moving towards the center of the circle, perching up north, having eyes, look at that, over the entire valley here with Homebois down bottom, Geek fam, and RSG, all within water treatment, because it just seems like the most obvious thing to do, being the only compound per se to play around with. However, it was still pretty much an open plain per se. Let's be honest, there's not much houses towards the water treatment itself. A lot of obstacles, but not really safe houses. And that kind of puts them in a sticky situation here, as they are just surrounded by a lot of teams, and one of the teams perching out from the hillside, staring down at them, was MAB Esports, who has the easier path on the back end. Nobody within their area, and they are the high ground. So the hills are theirs to play. Everyone else will just have to kind of slaughter each other within the process as they were nearby. And maybe Esports patience is a virtue, and they got out just fine here, securing themselves their first ever winner chicken dinner with a hefty amount of kills, really giving them that boost up to number 15. And maybe with the remaining 2 games left to play, they can just very well work their way into first draft. And that is I guess, not a bad thing to end on when the day ends, right? Because you get the overall, and you are remunerated based on your overall standings. And any decision upwards is a good decision, or any move upwards is a good move. And so MAB probably setting their trajectory right in the right path here. So before we get into more action, obviously we have Miramar and another Erangel coming in for the day here. And well, I am going to just take a quick break because let's be honest, that match pretty intense. Although the winners, you might argue, say, got the better luck of the circle. It is a battle royale, and any advantage is all fair game. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'll see you right after that quick break. Bye-bye.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is GENEXUS.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. a tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Things are getting heated up. The race is on the clock. Only 2 games left down to be played and maybe 1 for some of these teams. Hi, my name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, and we are down to the last 2 games of the day for the competitive week number 1 here. And by the end of this day, we're gonna find out which team will end up number 1 in the overall to bag home the full 20 points before moving on to next week's adventure, or I would say country league grind set, right? Hey, what's going on? So much things to look out for. Tell me, who do you think is going to be the next winner chicken dinner winner here? Especially now that a lot from the second draft are pulling all the tricks up their sleeves. MAB got a winner chicken dinner. Team Hawk got a winner chicken dinner. Who else down in the second draft can pull that one off? Will we ever see KHI Esports bring one home for the Philippines? And will we see a repeating chicken dinner for the day? It all boils down to these next 2 opportunities at hand. It all goes down to the players. There's nothing more we can do but show our cheers and show our support down in the comment section below. Go ahead, go spam it. I'm sure PUBG Mobile don't mind. I'm sure the moderators don't mind, as long as you keep it pretty family friendly, then it's all good. Spam it down in the comment section below. In fact, let's take a look at some of the stats of the previous round here, with 54 eliminations in total in that one game. About a 6,421 health points has been recovered via meds and bandages. 56 total knockouts, 213 throwables used, 1 airdrops looted. This record, I believe, was 2 because someone's daring enough to try and put themselves in an exposed position. 8 headshots, 14 total revives, and my god, Team Secret Fredo gets it with the longest elimination at around 298 meters here. But of course, R2K Izane, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Whenever R2K plays, they seem to always create a spectacle, especially with the player Izane, time and time again, just coming out as the ultimate fragger here. This time around with 1,088 damage all by himself. Meanwhile, second to that is barely half with Homebois at 572. We're going into the 4th match of the day that is going to be the second Miramar match. Team ACDE will be playing. That means Group B will be bowing out for the time being. Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. Unfortunately, Group B, the one group that everyone called the Group of Death, seems to be the ones that are hanging by the thread, and they are missing out on this one match, which means they only have one more game later on after this on Erangel to try and get back their points. So the odds are not on their side, but can they do it? I have no doubts about it. However, they got to get some of these current issues that they're relying on out of the way, right? I don't know what it is, but historically speaking, Team Secret, Sem9, we know that they have always been late game bloomers towards. Back then when we had super weekends, it was when the weekend came in, and it wasn't even like the first weekend, it would be like the second weekend or so on forth, where they suddenly just blew up sky high in the points, but they don't get to do that. This time around, I think TABAH NC might just get the winner chicken dinner, and this time I checked, they're playing, okay? So I'm not trolling you like I did before. I just want to see if you were paying attention. Apparently you weren't. So, TABAH NC, the way they've been playing, they're kind of a slow team, but they played smart with the maps, and I almost always notice them towards the last few circles. So, you saw the casters, they're waiting for me to shut up, and hey, trust me, man, I'd like to give you some of the actions as well. But not just yet, we've got a bunch of things that we have to cover here before we send them off to the flight path, right? Just take it as in a player's perspective. They just finished, they just came out from a game. We're giving them time to chill. It is Miramar anyway, it's gonna get hot, and although Circle went on to the Oasis section of the map, they need some time to cool down, and that's exactly what I'll be giving them. So, TABAH answers my prediction again, just to justify. They somehow read the map, they know how to rotate in, and make sure they're within the last few circles. So without further ado, casters, please take us through the sunny deserts of Miramar.
Yay! Peekaboo! Now this is the real thing. We are here with you for the 4th game of the day. I am Sis Jenny, and with me is Contra.
Well, oh well, of course, we're already heading to our penultimate round for week 1. And I guess that for the moment, we've already seen a lot of teams really raking a whole lot of points, especially the top 3 where, you know, Bosskur, we've got Homebois, R2K, they're all doing really, really well.
Yeah.
Same goes to Dingoz, and I really want to see within these 2 games, can there be any major changes over top of the table? We've talked too much about the bottom. I think that we've already covered the rest of that. So this time, we head into this match. We'll have Group C rejoining while Group B takes a little bit of rest. So we dive right into Miramar yet again.
Let's go, Miramar. Let's go. And it was nice to see the first Miramar that we played today, or they played. The circle wasn't on the south, so hopefully this is going to be better. And we did see a stable kind of consistency of the normal teams that usually will rank up to the top, looking at the same a similar circle that has been shown seasons after seasons. But this season we had more than one circle that was going on to the south, and that's where you see a lot of teams that won't usually make it to the top, but they are there. So this time we can see a little bit of consistency when it comes to seasonal. But then again, it's anybody's game because, you know, there's a lot of things happening. And plus KHI, we have yet to see H2R take a good fight at least. Just now he was caught in the middle, but I think they hold back a little bit too long. I think H2R was just waiting, and then after that they got cordoned off by a lot of teams. So hopefully this time they can really show off that particular player we're talking about.
Yeah, and I still think that he did some decent work at least in that past matchup. Of course, everyone else will still have to step up. EVOS VIP, despite having good positioning throughout the week, today they're in the lackluster form. They've dropped out too soon twice. They did pick up a fight against Yoodo Alliance, which they were overwhelmed with. And I like the fact that the moment I mentioned about them, they're over on your screen. Now, this is one of my favorite few circles. Yes, it may be in the south, but southwest is where I would like it to be because it covers Monte Nuevo, La Guerilla, some parts of Power Grid, as well as the outskirts of Bocado. So, with that being said, there is also some region of the valley where you have those high hills. Oh my, Bosskur has a member driving with a bike. Thank goodness he got out of the way. No weapons of an AR or SMG in sight in the hands of Yoodo Alliance, so they will still have that Bosskur member being pretty safe. So back to that sort of circle that we've been talking about, right? So ideally, if you were in this game, how would you position yourself? Do you want to be in Montevideo? Do you want to be like up in those hills? It's always difficult to make that decision.
I would go for Monte Nuevo, the hillside, because one thing about Miramar that especially players who play PUBG, you should know that when you are on the north, it is more of just high hills and there's no coverage at all. That means it's a high hill and then it's a drop down and then it's an open land again when you're up in north. But when you are like on the southwest, Monte Nuevo, that particular hillside, there won't be a drop off at the back, so it's just totally cordoned off. So it will be a good hill if it does goes into that corner. But here we go, we are seeing a healing, and I think this is talking about Sandhawk because most of the time we are seeing a whole lot of Sandhawks going on. But I was surprised to see Razor there.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it myself. Like, he did 7,000 total points of healing. I guess that majority of the time we see them play the healing game is definitely the map that you just mentioned, but it also accumulates throughout the rest of the maps as well. So it could either mean two things, right? Like either you survive long in those team fights that drawn out way too long and you just keep using a lot of all these resources. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it doesn't really matter too much. Now we have the rest of Rush as well as JPNC. Well, I keep saying JPNC because like past season they were known as that. So now they're known as TABAH and C. They're blundering around the corners of Valdemar. I feel like this is one of the underrated cities where, you know, it gives you a lot of loot. But the problem is there's a lot of hilly areas which teams could basically snipe you off from. So he's got a lot of options on the ground to switch over to the SKS. One of the first SKS that I've seen wielded by any player in particular in the PMPL.
Yeah, you're right. I've been seeing a whole lot of SLRs and minis. But SKS is probably something that a real specialist who knows how to handle it can use that gun, because it can be challenging. I would prefer SLR because of the higher damage that it is going to contribute. But here, ooh, gyro sensitivity from Volk. Who wants it? Come and screenshot, because this is how he controls.
1000% on the camera. This guy, he wants that perfect 360 feel of the map if he gets it. So you gotta ensure that you turn on gyro in order to make a good effect of all the things that you could possibly get. And for the record, Loki has only practiced with the gyro scope since the past season. And that's where he have improved tremendously. Like back then, everybody knows him as the guy that doesn't turn on gyro.
Yep.
So massive improvement, adaptation from the player himself.
Yep, totally agree with that. You can always visit his stream to watch his gameplay. He always shows almost every night, similarly to Pamburu. So this guy is not, he's okay with sharing. So you guys can ask him a lot of questions. But then again, it's not about Volke. But the reason why they're showing Volke because he's one of the highest eliminators in the sense of last season. And this season, we have yet to see the action. Ay, Virgil. The split did, oh no, wait. It's not a split. The jump did not nicely land, so someone has to U-turn and hit his car.
Mirados, and in particular, on gonna have the smoothest of cruise when you climb up those hills, so I can second that. So the safest way that you want to travel around is with either, well, if you prefer a little bit more speed, then you could pick up this mini truck. I don't really fancy the van though. Like the van, sure it is tanky, can soak up a lot of damage, but when you're running into multiple teams, it could easily blow up. Now we're seeing teams get caught on rotation. Team Hawk, they're about to leave Picado, but the Clutch Gaming members, Clutch Guerilla, mind me, is having a little bit of a choke point to stop Team Hawk on their tracks.
Yep, but I think they are going to prioritize on getting loots. It's a bit early in the game to have confrontations from a distance. So if they want to have this fight, they've got to crash in. And it seems like Team Hawk is going to chase on them. But that still will yet to come. We will get to see that later. Small Boy, on the other hand, is going to seek out or scout to look into what other places they can go for. But little did he know, Dingoz is just in front. Ricky and also Kido is just up there, just looting away. Similarly to Clemity, who's just doing a cruise. And Snipes will not do anything yet.
Yeah, it's better to not reveal your location. Just let them pass because that's just one member of MAB. If you wait for the last guy of MAB, sure, you could basically pick them off. But Geek fam, you don't really seem all too interested. But Small Boy, on the other hand, is a player that has a little bit more of a bloodlust. Knowing him, he's definitely one of the guys that could frag from a distance. Whether if you give him a red dot side or so. Now, a little bit more smokes have been expended by Ricky. As he tries to support his member if he wants to make it a way across. But there's also a little bit of attacks through those hills as well. While we will have, you know, a lot of ample time before we see high commitments from the rest of the squads.
Yep, Geek fam will probably try to get the highest vantage point at this point of time. We can see that from wherever they go, they are going to go by cliffs, by the ridges. They're trying to go up and up and up. Similarly to MAB, who won the chicken dinner by getting a vantage point earlier. So Probably they're going to try and do a remake. Snipes is just giving pressure fire towards MAB. MAB definitely knows that somebody is looking at them. So it might be a good spot, it might not be a good spot, but this is what a good spot looks like, where the circle will be. And exactly what I was trying to say earlier, if you can see exactly where Geek Fam is and MAB, that's the spot that I'm talking about, Contra, that I would want to be there.
But if it does shift towards more of the central zone, then they will have to travel by. The good news is they're still going to be planted right there. EVOS VIP directly in the center, where there's going to be a lot of other teams that they will eventually meet up with. NSEA, they've already left Valdemar. They're on their way towards those Valley of the Hills. I like to call that the Valley of Death since it doesn't really have much of its own name. But you want to call it Ladriela? Sure, go by your own gut will. Here comes the rest of Clutch, who have rotated with all 4 members, moved into the warehouse. They're not too far from where they need to be. They can still pick up this fight against Team Hawk if they want to. Rensky, this is his debut season, and I think that he's definitely got a whole lot to prove. While we've seen Heiko, after transitioning from EVOS VIP to the team, he has gelled in very well, getting most of the frags for the team.
Yep, agreed with that. Definitely whenever, especially when they get the last few circles, we can really see Team Huck rising. But when it's still the first few circles, they usually will not engage. That's what I noticed about Team Huck. We're hearing a little bit of the sprays here by EVOS VIP, probably trying to... Oh, it's not them. It's Axis Red One who is trying to pressure on towards Geek Fam, who is again on a vantage point into the areas right now.
Yeah, and on the top of the hill, as much as you can see everything, everyone can also see you. So saying he's playing with precaution. Nothing too much has happened since then, but we will expect more and more teams to move into the city of Montenegro eventually. Now, somehow, that vehicle exploded. I don't see Haynoob destroying it. That's surprising to me. Mika. This is a player that a lot of teams have been talking about, where he's got high potential to be the next big thing. And Dumroot being spotted by Axis, and probably the vehicle explosion was caused by an EVOS player maybe, because you know they are very close with one another. These 3 teams is just within 100 or maybe 180 meters apart from one another. They are pretty much very close by. Team Bosskur making down south, and they are from the south. They are trying to ride across by the last few, they are by the shore. This is how they usually get in, and they were probably hoping that if the circle closes into the south, because these are one of the teams that made it consistently whenever Miramar matches closes into the south. They are usually in the top 5. I don't really like it though. Take a look at that. Like, Asper's only got like one first aid kit. Like, if you're gonna take your time, but might as well just spend more time looking up.
Yeah.
And even so, they're low on resources. They don't really have information, and information is always key. So
Dingoz.
Almighty, they will have a pickup by Dingoz, like you said, Ate, with his UMP spray. Landing it perfectly. Tell me about this setup, right? Like, last season, SMG came into popularity with 6 times scope equipped to it. Do you try it out for yourself?
Yeah.
You like it?
Yep, I love it. But usually I will use it 6 times, but I'll pull it back to 3. So in a way, I'm comfortable in a sense. I think it's not just me. I'm just following pro tips from pro players, how they will get the recoil better in a sense or 2. But if they were to push it all back to 6 times, you're just going to get the close range.
That circle, though, a lot of teams are going to get into trouble. Yeah, I definitely do adjust it to 3 most of the time. But just looking back at that circle, a lot of teams, they will have to migrate out of Montenegro. So the hill that you mentioned particularly will have a little bit more of a troublesome time. Geek Fam has to evacuate the area, and SMG has to do exactly the same. Therefore, they will try to rotate all together. Here is the start of the convoy that we will see from all the 16 teams. Teams that have already arrived to that section will be Dingoz, EVOS VIP, as well as Yoodo Alliance, so they will basically lock horns. Yoodo spots one out from NC. they try to get themselves into the warehouse, but get shot and sniped by Kiddo with the barrel. And this is the favorite weapon that you've mentioned about, definitely dishing a whole lot of damage.
Yep, this weapon is amazing, guys. You guys need to try it out, especially it can do magic with long range actually. Even though it's known for CQC. CQC is so painful if you get to... You don't even have to control the recoil. Just take the gun out. It's not like an Uzi where you have to go through a few rounds. Just a few taps and that person will go knock. But then again, you have to practice. In the new 1.9 version, Cheer Pop.
Yeah, Cheer Party has a lot of fun stuff that you guys could definitely explore. Other than that, we got the balloon mode as well, Keith's favorite. He loves balloons, like... speaking of balloons, you know, like sometimes it reminds me of festivals and carnivals and stuff. To horror fans, I guess that, you know, Pennywise.
But okay, here we go. Spray from Dingoz, trying to spray away SMG, and they are currently quite in the middle together with EVOS and NC just lurking. Ay, Insomnus. What a place to stop, SMG. It's not a good place for you at all. You're gonna get sandwiched by 2 teams from long distance and 1 close range. Bruh, I don't want to be SMG right now.
Yeah, and they're stuck in the middle of the ditch, and everyone's bruised up. Just take a look at that. There's not a point in time that they could possibly get themselves into the safety nets, but Appy from the top, though, he's just gonna fish it all out, though it's a dry as sand. Here comes that Molotov to burn them all up. I don't think that there's much escaping, but thankfully there's a little bit of a crack there that they have been able to spot it a little bit of a safety net. But SMG, they lose one to Appy's fire without much power needed.
SMG! Oh no, it's not looking good on you. You're stuck. You are definitely stuck in the creek. But look at the
crowd, though. Like, the rest of the crowd are from north as well as the far west. How are they supposed to get by? I expect a lot of fight to happen on that Montenegro end.
Yeah, but it seems like they have to squeeze themselves out. So Team Bosskur, who just arrived, you gotta get back out. Now EVOS VIP is going to fish on whatever they can fish on. Definitely SMG is the waiting ducks. Can't go anywhere. They are stuck in the creek. They can't rotate. Nothing. They can't do anything.
But if EVOS VIP were not patient enough, they could possibly be punished as well if they were to rush outwards. Geek fam, they're also trying to get their way in. Now the sprays will come into effect. Insomnus has to go in for a quick reload. As he dished only a slight bit of damage onto the vehicle while he's looking around. Ah, wait a minute, Pamburu! You can't do that! That's rude!
Well, he can. That's Pamburu.
He got it, though. He got it. I give it to him.
Yeah, he's alert at least to know where there is at least a kill steal that he can have. And maybe the people who just want the chicken dinner, can they do a back-to-back one? Maybe if they start to engage right now, maybe it's a good time. But CLC having their own fight together with, this time we are seeing R2K having some troubles of their own. So Harm is just left together with Echo, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, but there's a lot of scrimmages going on because people are just rotating in, kind of predicted the wrong circles. But this is the time where they have to squeeze in because there is only one pinnacle point where Pamburu teams is in right now.
Yeah, Yoodo line's definitely in the perfect spot to have everybody else. Ranger gets his first frag. He makes it a double against Dingoz Esports. And my oh my, Ranger making it work while MAB sprays onto TABAH and C. They have to recuperate and they drive in the straight direction. Easy picking for Iftar!
Ooh, it's a nice Iftar coming from MAB. We're gonna see frags after frags here with the sweet spot that they have. Even though they're not in the circle yet, they're just gonna kill some steals, but they can do. Frankie's out, and then together with another NC player is already out also. I'm not sure. I don't think they're gonna get any revival, but MAB says, okay, that's enough. We're gonna get into the circle. They're gonna fight themselves with another team that is already parked inside.
Happy with the steals again. Just 4 points without needing to do all too much. He's going to go in for those tags as well. Lands one shot onto Lex, but not enough to take him off those wheels. But he's already left that buggy. That's good of the news, but he will find it regardless. NC eventually gets out of the game, all thanks to Yoodo Lance's effort. Now he spots one more out. How many more points do you need, Appy? Make that 6! Just needing 2 taps! My goodness me, Yoodo Lance, the boss of Miramar.
Check out his game instincts, bro. It's like he just swerve and like, okay, maybe there's somebody here. Okay, maybe there's somebody there. And true enough, it is a bingo shot. Totally on the head, and immediately 2 teams got eliminated just by that particular spot. And
he's going at it!
He's not stopping. It's still at it. He's still at it. But you know what? This might end the entire thing because the circle is not on them anymore.
It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to move in a circle, by all means. Like, Yoodo Lions will pick everybody off when that happens, right? Like, Appy's been working magic. While KTI Esports, they're on the far northern end. They will try to pick up everyone else. Let's go in for another replay because Ranger blew this one up perfect.
That was a beautiful shot, man. Really, that's a way to come into the scene, Ranger. But here we go. Appy is still not finished. Now he already fished out someone. This is not easy, guys. This is at least 300 to 280 meters apart. And knowing he's on the top peak, bruh, that takes a whole lot of effort and a whole lot of expertise, at least from where he is. Yeah, and things are really tough for a lot of all these other players, but somehow SMG survived the onslaught, and the rest of EVOS they push in into the fire and flames. My God, somehow they made it work at least. KTI, they're also getting fracked while they're going for a rotation. Demigod tries to survive. Sam as well as Razor, they're dropping those grenades. Sandy's coming in for the push, and he spots out Sam Z. Sam Z's going to be able to get that easy frag. Spots the head. Sam Z's going to go down as well. 1 versus 1 between Razor as well. Now it's down to Addict Boy. Addict dishes a little bit more damage. The Blue Zone's coming in. None of these teams can make it out alive, but they will try. EVOS VIP. They get those few pointers in, but can they survive? Oh no, it's not gonna be easy. 5th circle, Razor won't have the time to heal, will he? But Appy again, not finished already. Look into Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. 2 of them have already pushed up into the circle. That's a very smart move, leaving 2 behind to frag. But now the Legends are here. They are going to fight. They are going to steal away Yoodo Alliance. Terrific streaks right now. They're going to take it away. Now, even though they're parked on top, Adik Look is up there to look into them.
Yeah, they have the better heal for the moment, so they could basically do exactly the same as what Yoodo Alliance pulled up. But hey, Yoodo Alliance, they still got more business from behind, and maybe he's looking around the corner. While they've already secured 10 points. They don't need that chicken dinner, do they? Like, they could just basically rely on all these frags. This could be a record-breaking number for Yoodo Alliance if they do close out with that chicken dinner. But Helton, he's trying to pick up his truck. Ironically, this is where Katao Susu will have the rest of MAB rushing in. He's on the open. Hey Noob, he's gonna pull everybody to the ground, and that's gonna be John. He's gonna be low, and Dumper comes in swinging, but it will be the shot from Onyx Luke from the back. It's Helter Skelter here at Miramar.
Wow! Look at how Hado was so confident. He was like as though he's carrying a machine gun, but it was just an M4. He managed to do it, but it was a back-to-back action. Again, timing is perfect. Everybody starts to push.
But what was MAB doing? Everyone's in the open. Nobody saw him. Appy finally brought down to the ground. Yoodo Alliance is still having 2. While Rensky, he's lurking right by. He's like, okay, nobody else is with me, so I'm cleared up. Razor survives, though, making it to the top 8 somehow, while Funky will go ahead to pick up April. Now, there's only 1 more member left for side of Yoodo Alliance, and that's going to be Voki taking on Jerome. Advantage given to Almighty right here. He could just push forward. He's got a mini 14.
Exactly. Why is he using a mini? Bro, just change to an AR. Come on, Jerome.
What's going on?
Why?
Does he run out of bullet? I don't know.
Think so.
It might just be the case. Like, he could have all the time to reload. But RSG, they will start to dominate this matchup. They've got that 5 points for themselves. Aaliyah's going to be able to find out where Rensky was situated on top of the hill. RG Kim goes in for those tags. While he will not hit those bullets, it gives a little bit more room for Farang Legend.
Yeah, he managed to get in like Swerve in. Nothing's happening to me.
Too many random things are going on in this matchup, and I'm liking it.
Yeah. But anyways, here we go. We're just gonna try and finish this game. RSG Kim not ending everything, but Olio's getting tapped from the bottom. But good cover fire from Olio. Sorry, Helton reflected from Olio. So here we go, looking into how Farang Legends gonna park themselves comfortably into the current circle. But I just can't.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna wrap this one up real quickly. There's still Clutch Guerilla here in this matchup. They got 5 frags of their own RSG. They're slowly getting picked off as well, leaving only Kim behind. So the bigger fish to fry is between these two brotherhood teams that will have to take each other out to claim that chicken dinner. And I guess that it all comes down to this. Blood is thicker than water. And Kim, he's about to get out of the game real soon, so long as Helton does land those shots, but thankfully RSG, they survived long enough, and you know, they pulled off a lot of frags of their own. I think they've done well enough. Now, the rest of Clutch, they don't really have the zone to their advantage, while Farang, they've already taken over. This could easily be their game.
Yeah, bro, I can't stop laughing right now. It's again Civil War. Stop fighting one another. But
They
then
have
again,
to. They have to for the chicken dinner.
They came from the same parents, so that's why they are acting out the same kind of fragging skills. Now, it's again, who is going to be the big winner here? Is it the big brothers, which is Farang Legend?
I've been keeping track so far for today's record when they met up with each other.
Yeah.
It's Farang all the way so far. So this is that perfect avenue, that space created for Clutch to prove themselves that they finally can be stronger than their brothers here. Adik Luke already got him knocked as well. That opens up room. Shinzi coming in with a push as well. Held it from the back, from the flank as well. Well, Rapple Boy has to find those angles in. He does have a grenade cooked up. He will lob it towards Shinzi as he tries to reposition, but straight to the net. Helton will get that point. And he will get them all crushed up. Helton now will get refragged as well. Now, it's a 50-50 chance. Can Clutch Guerilla make it through?
I feel I'm watching a TDM right now. This is between two brothers, but Farang Legend breaks it in the bag. Nail it. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner to the bigger brother.
A perfect weekend completed for the Farang Legend side, and they will walk away with this win, and we'll send it over to the recap segment later on. Meanwhile, take a look at this highlight.
Now, it may seem like a 50-50 chance for these two teams that ended up in the top 2 position. However, experience has given Farang Legends a little bit of an edge, and they came out on top in that one. Farang Legends, they claim their first ever winner-winner chicken dinner in the final day of week number 1. And I've got a good feeling that we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg before they do step off and pop off with more here. Now, before we move on further, we've got some things to give off to you guys. Like, hey, Farang's got something in the tricks in the sleeve. Well, we've got something for you guys as well. It's no longer a corn in a cob. It's a brand new outfit. Specifically, if you're rocking the female character, because girl power, go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem and get yourself this, I don't know what to call it, Scottish kilt? What even is this? It is a very attractive outfit, almost kind of like a Japanese schoolgirl uniform, you know, but I don't know, it's most likely Harvest. Or at least I can only assume just by the looks of things here. Or even a Scottish kilt looks similar like it with the checkered skirt. Meanwhile, another big promotion from PUBG Mobile is this Warframe collaboration here, where you can obtain various outfits as well throughout the in-game events. Obviously, this is a seasonal event, so you might want to catch it while it's out. It has been out since the 22nd of March, so you're still within the time frame to claim one for yourself, to start grinding out the mission and start taking home some of the sweet, sweet alien outfits, which I do hope is going to look similar to that, because come on, running in Sosnovka military base as an alien just fits to a lore to a certain extent. So this is also something that's new being introduced. That is the revamped classic mode here, version 1.0, in which mechanically you get an upgrade. Now you have a constant reminder of the play zone before it closes in, which means now you don't have to keep it at the back of your head on whether or not to take a single fight or to overcommit and die in the blue zone. And it's all your choice anyway, depending on the kind of risk you like to take here in PUBG Mobile. So a lot of cool stuff to check out. Obviously, some things are more towards the control aspect of things to make things more optimized, make it more playable, pliable, and I guess easier for some of the new players who are interested within PUBG Mobile and just want to hop on. Well, I guess you got a head start now with some of the new improvements include the firearm attachment now in a single touch of the button. How PUBG Mobile has never been more convenient than it is today, especially with the new 1.9. A lot of things to cover within that match alone. Previously in the second map of Miramar, as the caster said, that was one heck of a solid game, and we cannot have any we cannot ask for more from than what was already displayed, because that itself was as good as it gets, right? Yoodo Lions 4 rivals with the high on perch, just sniping people down. Then you have the two brothers in arms, Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends, going head to head with both a 3v3. However, they did get the res onto ALMGHTY, so maybe did that shift the favor? Of course not, because I'll get through the recap in just about a bit. And it really didn't matter that ALMGHTY was there or not in the process here, because it was Helton who kind of technically won the game for the rest of Farang Legends here. Again, brothers in arms, still brothers outside of the game, but man, when it came down to it, it's a battle royale, and they are put up with a hard decision here. Besides that, let us take a look at the match ranking. First, here with Farang Legends claiming 12 points and a chicken dinner finish, 15 for the chicken dinner, giving them a total of 27 points. Hopefully this is enough. I think it is enough to actually propel them towards the first draft. As we saw previously in the match rankings before this, Clutch and Farang both had a chance. They're really close, I think within the top 5 position towards the second draft here. So this might just be enough to shoot them up to the top. I could be wrong. Again, I've been wrong on the prediction, I've been wrong on my math, and that's why I'm running my mouth and not actually behind a calculator. So take it with a grain of salt if you may. Clutch Guerilla is coming in second, but of course, it's this man who stood out on top, quite literally. Yoodo Alliance 4 rival Appy who was perched up on the highest point at Mount Picado there, or at least one of the mountains in Picado, sniping everyone in the process, 9 elimination. It almost seemed like it was going to go their way until the circle shifted. 1,084 damage, 3.9 MVP points, 314 longest elimination distance. I think they might just take that one again, seeing as though that he was perched on that hill for the entirety of his gameplay. 52% in the team contribution here. The others were giving info and was shooting back. However, he took most of the bulk. This is the overall rankings right now. Dingoz still number 1, 202. R2K coming in second, 194. Homebois at 192. But take a look down in number 9. Farang Lejund surpasses the younger brother, who has been the more consistently performing team for the most part here in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring week number 1. Now that they have fallen behind a little bit, they gave a little bit of slack, and their bigger brother went and surpassed it, making their way in the top 10 position. First draft is the name, but Clutch Guerillas, they are not far behind, evening things out with Team Huck. Only actually to the teeth, same number of elimination, same number of ranking points. However, they have played more matches, so I guess that kind of puts them on top. I would argue if you could have the same points with less matches, that makes you number 1. But hey, I could be wrong. You know, I don't know what the calibration is or the parameters they're considering when it comes to these overall rankings here. Meanwhile, for the rest of the teams, the Southeast Asian champions, Team Secret, Sem9 against SMG. None of these teams you would have expected down in the second bracket for the longest of periods would be there till this very day. And we are only down to the last game of the day to play and eventually get into the end of the week, where we will then tally up scores based on the overalls, and it's looking very much heavily on the side of Dingoz to get the full 20 points. Let's take a look at how that chicken dinner was made here. Farang Legends dropped down on the way of Los Leones here. It's a huge city, obviously a lot of loot to go by. Then they can share it with some other teams. Didn't have to have any unnecessary confrontation. And it was minor movements or minor rotations made from this point onwards. Obviously, it's a bigger circle, seeing as though that it shifts towards the upper side. At one point, they boost and jet their way on the way to Power Grid, if I'm not mistaken. So this was the circle. They just dipped their toes in, playing by the edge here. Chumacera, it's a much safer place to be in comparatively to the open or the smaller compounds that is scattered around this circle over in Monte Nuevo. And as the circle closes into Power Grid, Farang, you can see that did not have an easy path. In fact, they had to go through a bunch of teams, but they had vehicles, so that's a plus point. And they just took they just made the rotation all the way into Power Grid, which is impressive. I'm pretty sure, I'm not so sure if they made a full round circle or they drove right past by through, because I wasn't like, how do you get through? Oh, there we go. Yeah, they make the whole circle right onto the enter by the top right of the screen, because it wasn't showed by the map itself. Like everyone, all the action happened towards the northwestern side, that no one's been paying attention towards the southern side, and that is actually what benefited them. Even one of the casters said, my God, look at all the teams are scattered, northern and western side, and it just leaves a huge opening towards the south, in which Farang actually took advantage of. They occupied the heels of Picado, spread out 1-1-1-2 actually, get a huge control, which then eventually circle falls into their favor. But man, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals again, showing off here, stealing the spotlight, I would argue, from winner chicken dinner teams, right? We've seen how yesterday we had Yoodo Alliance for Rivals go up single-handedly, took in points for the entire team, and nearly even won the 1v4 or the 1v3 towards the last, towards the end of the game against Homebois. And now again, doing something as eye-catchy as they did, perched up towards the hill here with Appy shooting down, raining Hellstorm onto everyone who was playing within the vicinity. Unfortunately for them, luck of the circle became the bane they had to go up against. And like, again, quote the casters, it's easy to go up, but you're gonna have a trouble getting down, and eventually it favors the side of Farang Legends, who already had so much control in this spread here. As you can see, Olayo and Adik will be fronting the whole thing. Cover fire from Homebois and a flank coming in from Helton, in which that was the crucial moment. Helton, with a single nade toss, opened up that entry, and eventually bullets start coming in. Clutch Guerilla couldn't take on the pressure. They crumble, and their bigger brother, Farang Legends, claim their first ever winner chicken dinner. So much action, so much narrative. It is the fight between brothers, a civil war, I might say, and I'm expecting just as much or even more action going into the last game of the day of week number 1. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'm Keith. We're gonna go into a short break before we come back with more action. Bye-bye.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek Fam. Once a Geek, always a Fam.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
This is it. One game away from determining the overall standings for the entire team, the 20 teams who have played throughout the 5 days event here for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith, and I know that was a mouthful, but hey, you have to be excited when you hear that long of an event, because you know that more countries are coming onto our league, and that's going to make things even more the better, the more competitive, and we can see how the standards have definitely gone up from previous leagues here, and even some of the best are struggling to dance with the rest of the newcomers who are coming into the league, and that's always a good thing. However, they will have fans, and these fans will be expecting these giants to step back right up. I'm looking at you, Team Secret. I'm looking at you, Sem9. This could be that one match to instill back their hopes. And talking about the previous match though, the most damage goes to the side of Appy from Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals at 1,084 from himself. Perched up there, free hit onto everyone down on the ground here. And also, naturally, with that much damage, that many damage being dished out, he takes home the most eliminations. 9 towards the 5 of number 2, and well, RSG and number 3 with Ranger coming in. It's a first time appearance here on the, well, eliminator board per se. We're going into the last and final match for the day and for the week, which will be taking place over in Erangel with Group B, C, D, and E. So unfortunately for Group A, that will be Geek Fam, R2K, Farang Legends, and Clutch Guerilla. What a way to end it in a previous match, because that would be their last match to play. And so this match, Clutch Guerilla and Farang Legends won't have that siblings rivalry, and it's about seeing where they end towards the end of the day here. Can Farang Legends maintain their number 9 spot over in first draft, or will they be pushed down even further? It all boils down in this one game here for the day. I am excited, I am stoked. It's been a long time coming. I'm pretty sure you're excited too. Who do you think? Why don't you give me a prediction down on the comments while I give you my prediction, which is going to be Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Obviously, after that stunning performance they put up in a previous match, and all the points that they've gotten, I think that's going to drive them to be more hungry. And this being the last match of the day, it's a usually do or die situation. Some of these teams will just go berserk and go out there farming up some points. And we've seen that more commonly in Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, or back then, just known as 4 Rivals. So will that old version of themselves step up under the leadership of Voki? Well, it all depends. I hate to give you this generic blanket of a statement, but I really don't want to call it any certainty here, because it is a battle royale. Again, 1,000,001 things can go wrong, will go wrong. That is, I believe, the law of the universe. And so I will leave it up for the players in the lobby to play things out into their favor. Without further ado, casters, please take me away onto the Erangel.
And we're going to be taking you through the final matchup here in the PMPL MYSGPH 2022 Spring Split Week 1's final game. And we've already seen huge victors and successes. Now it's all drawing down to this final chance for them to rake in as much points. I'm here with Sis Jenny, my name's Contra, and of course we gotta thank you guys for tuning in so as far, and we also have to thank RealMe for presenting to us the GT2 Pro. It's greater than you see, and you know why this is perfect for gaming? You can have 120 hertz and you will have such great smoothness when you play PUBG Mobile, and you can get an edge against the res. They shoot 5 bullets, you've already shoot 15 of your own.
Whoa! But what else to make it more perfect when you have the better gigabyte? So what is Yoodo having to offer our official digital telco partner? We've got 5 GB of high-speed data, and for you PUBG Mobile players, we got additional 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data extra.
That's right, a lot of extra for you guys, so make sure you scan that QR code right down below. Yep, it might have disappeared from the screen, but throughout the match, you'll be able to see it, so make sure you get your phones prepared for that. So, Sis Jenny, last match, Farang and Lejund finally get themselves that chicken dinner. Let's see if they can do it again, or maybe it might just be Guerilla. But then again, from what I heard from Keith, they're the ones that are sitting it out.
Yeah.
So I think it's been a good day for them. So it's about the rest of the squads to duke it all out. So in 5 seconds from here on, we're counting it down for our final map of week 1. And here we go into a wrangle, and we'll be getting ourselves perhaps the perfect fight path for the teams to play it out from. Without further ado, let's make this jump.
Wrangle, here we go. Ooh, but flight route apparently starts a little bit tricky this time because it starts nearby where Hospital and GETCA is and ends in Sovnoska. Apparently, it still ends near Sovnoska. This is going towards near southwest, so it's going to be quite tricky for teams like Hexes to reach to TABAH and even Team Secret actually.
Yeah, and I don't know, do they want to reclaim their old territory of Pachinki? Maybe that might just be a little bit of an option because Clutch is not playing right now. Therefore, that ground is being opened up, whereas there are other teams that are looking to do the same as well. So it's going to be pretty good for teams that want to go into the island. It's a direct access for Team Hawk to move into Nova Repnoye, while anybody else like RSG who intends to move to Milta, they gotta find those vehicles. So there might just be slight contests that will be happening. But take a look, Bosskur so far have an average 10 point throughout the course of those angle battles, and it's kind of crazy because you gotta ×2 on the amount of days. There's like 10 maps of angle, and each time that they go in, they bring in 10 points.
True enough. But then I did remember. Oh,
it's the best way to end our night.
Oh, is this going to happen? A bridge circle? But I don't know yet, because sometimes it can go hard shift, it can go just to Pochinki or even the farm area, so I can't be too hopeful. But although I was very happy to see the circle. But anyways, I was about to say probably the shining ones right now can bring the 20 bonus points. Home is actually Dingoz. Homebois, these two probably can do a catch up. And then they are playing this round, so it is possible for them to catch up to that 20 bonus points.
Yeah, using a trike to chase onto the buggy. Slongskur coming with the barrel, does get the shot! Beautiful work. Now Naoki is going to be down. They found themselves a buggy as well, so they're going to switch vehicles and secure themselves the first blood for GENEXUS.
Yep, GENEXUS will get that with a feisty chase, and I told you M76 got its powers. Although yes, in the long run, if you get to switch around, especially when you have other choices of gun, M762 has a hard recoil to control. But when it comes to damage, you've seen what it done
it's
to
probably
Naoki.
possibly the best in class when it comes down to the AR category in terms of damage. The only ones to match up to the damage numbers are the rest of the ones that are on the 762 category. It could be the Mutant, it could be the AK, but most often than not, players are very used to the AK, so they usually stick to that. Whereas for the rest of them, they'll go for the M4. KHI Esports, they've managed to get themselves some good vehicles. They'll be moving into Milta Power. So it shouldn't be too hard for them to book the bridge and eventually keep the rest of the team if they want to. Damaso was already getting a little bit of attention from Bard, but he's not having any scopes on his UMP. Couldn't really make it work. Therefore, instead of moving directly to Mill the Power, they're going to be taking a little bit of pit stop over onto farm where Homebois is currently at.
Homebois is just going to settle down by the shorelines. KHI is probably trying to get to where Axis Red 1 is, because initially they were there. I can't really say they have a fixed drop spot. Most of the time they would just go on to the scraping areas for them to continue looting. Usually I've seen they are nearby Team Secret or even Sam9 around the areas. But right now we're looking into GENEXUS, who just come into Yasenaya together with Team Bosskur. They can share this place, no problem, because you can see they were on the opposite of one another. Wow, I like this DBS skin. Wait, it's not the skin. It's just the blue thing. I thought it was a skin.
Kind of looked like it for a little bit. Speaking of blue, Bosskur's new colors definitely look pretty sick, and I think, like, you know, for those who believe in feng shui, I guess that they have brought themselves better luck to this new season.
Yeah.
If
The
they
door
do
open. So scary.
Oh, I don't know how did that happen.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Very pure. Very mystic town. Maybe it's just the strong winds that come in from the corner of the river and a little bit of tagging from both ends. Over North Georgia Pole, interesting enough, Axis Red 1, they choose to look from here. Same goes to SMG. They are not natives around these compounds, but they just have to make do with what they've got, right? Because the circle is pretty far away, and they just want to see if they could get some extra points on their journey. Team Secret, like I've assumed them to do, they went back to Pachinki. An easier thing for them to execute, especially to rotate down towards the south side if they want to.
Yep, knowing that Guerilla is not playing, so they can have Pochinki all they want right now. And hopefully it will be a better game for Team Secret this time at least. They have been quite consistent. We did see Miramar, they were doing well, but maybe elimination not yet. They're still almost okay with most of the other teams. Maybe this time with being in the middle in Pochinki and plus the circle is somewhere around there, probably they can show us what they can prove. You know, like we're waiting for Kid, like how he actually clutched Sam9 over in Sandhawk a few days ago. So maybe this is the moment.
This could be it, but it's a little soon to see any sort of result from any teams at all. Now, Smallboy's going to be parking himself very close by to members of Homebois. Smallboy is just like to come across the bridge, but it's not going to be a clear-cut answer. Kim's going to be soaking a little bit of pot shot coming in from Triggs on that AKM. So Ranger and Co., they're just gonna sit and wait until they find a different sort of opening. Instead of lying in wait, they choose to dock by the other compounds, while MAB takes the first ever cruise that we've ever had here in this season.
Yay!
But it's only one boat. I prefer two in the case if other teams are gonna be camping out on the corners, but thankfully for them, there's not going to be any pressure on the south side, so they will be pretty safe for now.
Yeah. All they got to do is just pump in the fuels and they can get to the other side of Sovnovska where there's not much of looting, but more of to waiting for teams to come in. At least they can get elimination or maybe come in at the very last and end up in top 5 or even another chicken dinner. But right now, I'm starting to see a concentration or focal point in the map. I think we're about to see this bridge. The bridge closing. It will happen, but okay, this is the thing, Contra, the new update. The bridge has extended.
Yeah, it has widened up. You have the pedestrian area where you could basically have fights to happen right there. You can have...
It's going to be hard to do a roadblock.
Yeah, it definitely is difficult, but I think that so long as you block off 2 out of 3 and you force teams to tunnel into that one section, it's very doable.
Yep. you need definitely more than one cheap co-op or even Dacia. At least about, if I'm not mistaken, you need 5. Even a buggy you can protrude in. So that's the tricky thing about this new update. So it really tests the skills of IGLs on how they're going to close it off. And it seems like Team Secret will be the first ambassadors to be at the bridge near to the west side of Sovnovska. So over on the east, we already have 2 teams from 2 points, which is Homebois and Team Hawk. So I don't know what's going to happen, but one thing's for sure, MAB did a right decision this time.
Yeah, I want to focus on this circle shift because it could still go back to the mainland for some of these teams and do a reversal, you know, like with the efforts of MAB on the boat, like all that might be laid to waste, but it's still going to be a 50-50. So certain teams could still remain on the mainland. And I'm taking a look at MAB like, here we go again. We're going to go on foot this time around. Hopefully there's going to be a few cars parked by the highway. I don't really like to call it a highway because like it's in an island anyways. Like it's just one long stretch of road. But call it what you want. A lot of all these teams, they just have to struggle for a little bit longer. Well, you don't have to struggle. You just have to claim yourself free gigs of data from Yoodo, powered by Cellcom.
Yay! So do that switch now if you already have a line. Obviously, if those of you are watching from your phone, you can get this extra gigabyte. Then 20 is a lot. At least you can stream, you know.
Indeed, and here we go. A little bit more of a long-range affair between Yoodo Alliance as well as GENEXUS. View preparing a little bit of smoke for himself, but he's drawn attention though. He's ditching the buggy. It does take a little bit of time before the engines get warmed up for them to rapidly make a move. But GENEXUS comes in for the pickup. View is getting tagged regardless. And those bullets from Appy not really connecting perfectly until then. View-View's gonna be alive. He's got full boosters. He's gonna use all the bandages that he has as he saved the first aid kit for last.
Yes, definitely. Having to use the first aid kit. I think for Erangel at least, they don't really want to heal, more of like after a combat and they would use the first aid. But here we go, looking into SMG, who is going to drop by a little bit on the airdrop. Not sure what's inside. What's inside Mail and Anik?
Let's take a little peekaboo. Like,
are you going to show us? Oh, he got an AUG. Nice.
Pretty sick.
And of all people is Anik. By the way, Anik, let me give you more information about him. He is another player that a few teams wanted from the transfer window. So there's Adik Luke, there's Aizen, and there is Anik. Why? Because when you actually see the way they shoot, the recoil that is crazy coming from this tree actually, and also Voke. So these are like basically fragger material, hard to control recoils. Apparently they can land the shots.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we've got some average limbs as well. We take a look at Voki. He will get at least close to a point on every single match, and his average damage is 100, so that's at least one good takedown if you disregard the armor by itself. So we're going to look at more player stats later on when we switch scenes. KHI Esports is around this sector. They're still not moving into the deeper parts of the circle, as they're hoping that the circle will be pulling back up towards the north. Well, KHI, they're receiving a little bit of damage right now. Appy, as well as the rest of Yoodo Alliance, are keeping them at bay. And where's the other 2 KHI members? I didn't manage to spot them out. Oh, by Milta.
Yeah, and I think this is something about KHI.
Pretty far.
They like to sit around.
Yeah, I guess like that's not really wrong for them to do, but the circle closes back to the mainland, and you did ask for a bridge circle.
Yay.
Hey, there's a possibility.
And look at Small Boy. He has comfortably parked on the other side, and airdrop is somewhere there, so probably we are going to see a bridge circle.
Yeah, and it's rough, whether if you're from the north or from the south. You see ample amount of teams are trying to get themselves prepared for what's to come. Like, for those that are not inside, they're just going to be going back into the 5th gear, just hit that gas and hopefully hope for the best. And Insomnus, he finds the angle. Why is he not shooting? Okay.
I think... I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he's like, oh, okay, it's about to begin. Maybe he's going to call for backup and we'll try to do some sprays. Maybe getting a little bit of damage towards SMG. They're going to try and do a bunker, maybe looking at things, but I think it's a bit too early to park themselves there. The utilities might not be enough, but here we go. Standoff happening for KHI. This is where the other two members is. Currently being contested with Yoodo and Appy. Tossing off that beautiful grenade, getting on it, Moonboy by Demigod, not really connecting the dots of the grenade that was being tossed. Another one is coming in from
He did get one though, so it's a 1-for-1. KHI loses one, but in exchange, they still get themselves 2 points so far. While the other side, you can still see another fight is still breaking loose against both ends of the 2v2. Bogey tries to run off, and he tries to support Appia while he's at it. Micah was also crashing right in. Axis Rate 1 will take on Almighty. So MYSGPH is here to rumble once more. Ares sets up the smoke, but he's also getting surrounded by the rest of Axis as well. So I'm not too sure about this, where he could not be any sort of clear winner because there's still KHI that could play the difference maker here between all of these teams.
I don't know what to say or what to think. H2R is about to launch, but here we go. Team Secret with MAB. Fredo getting 2 of them down. No, wait, 1 of them down. Mattoy did not manage to return the fire, but he managed to cover the fire from the other side.
Wow!
Oh, getting a shot straight through with the SLR. I mean, he's the DMR king, though.
Yes,
John
he is.
getting from the back, but not enough to make Fredo fall to his ground.
But there's still the grenade that's going to be lobbed right in. Fredo, he got to recover really quickly. Mattoy tries to suppress him, tries to stop him on that pursuit, while he also sees Calamity on the other side. Here comes iShot finally joining in. So there will be a little bit of push. The grenades are dropping in towards MAB. Circle closing in towards the northern side of the island, but there's going to be a further update. So many teams that are inside of the circle, and my, oh my. I wanted to focus back onto this fight between Team Secret. They've managed to actually clear one out. They still have 4 more intact. One is running around the corner, and I assume that John's going to be left all alone to fight the dust. How long can he hold on to KHI? They got limited by Yoodo Alliance.
Yep, and the fight is still going on between John. Come on, you guys don't see him. Maybe did not see him. He's already with the shadows, but from the other side, Mattoy again covering fire. Already hitting the last player. But you know what, Team Secret, you gotta prioritize the circle right now. It's not on you.
Yeah, and Team Secret always has Mattoy as the all-seeing eye. He himself have brought those 3-pointers back towards Team Secret. Like, that positioning was all well scouted out. Now Jumper is still holding on. These players have been resilient, while Almighty, they're definitely taking really close contact against many of these members of Accident 1, but they're already moving off here. They don't want to hang any longer because the circle, this is just by the edge. It's going to update to further territories. While Appy, he's clearing out the rest of Axis that just crashed in.
And then Almighty were busy doing that, but with the 1v1 fight, Hado again, the Rambo who's coming in. Is he going to do another Rambo action? He's going to do a little bit of reset, but not enough time to lift up the members. Bokeh's down below. This is what we're calling the previous IGL, but IGL's teaching him a lesson. Goes down, Hado.
My, that was a really close call. Still, damage being done by Axis Red 1. I think that they've definitely had too much to draw in as well. So I guess that Jumper is still gonna be lying in wait. KHI, they were the first one to bow out inside of that farm sector as well. So this is still not gonna be over while we still have Almighty having Ares getting tagged up. Yoodo Alliance, they gotten 6 points just by this section alone. That is very impressive coming out from the team, where they also eliminated members of KHI early on. Boo finds Ares, so he will third party into the section. But take a close look at the beach though. Team Hark got Rensky just hanging by, and our pro says, I'ma snack that point up, thank you very much. But just slight damage being done while Homebois need to help Trix back on his feet.
Team Hawk always uses the shore, I realize, and also Bosskur. Maybe because they want to stall a little bit more to get a bit of survivals, and plus they can come in a bit later. So hopefully it works for them. Haiko is the last person to come in for assistance. They got to do a huge bunker, a barrier, in order for them to sustain even longer. Because yes, there are fights coming out, going outside the shorelines instead. Sam9 is together with GENEXUS. We are seeing Homebois who already got a clue there is people hiding around the shorelines. And then again, the circle is still quite
Team Secret?
even.
Oh, okay. They were on the island, right? It's like, yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off right there. I was just really surprised.
Yeah,
They're starting to swim, but there are so many swimmers out there in the form of TABAH and C. Circle will pull towards SMG as well as EVOS VIP. Dingoz over in northern end. I think Dingoz can have some really good control of the game if they want to. RSG, they should hold back Team Hawk as well as 7-9. Well, GENEXUS try to book themselves a slot inside of the next phase.
Yep. And the question should be, how did Ifta get away?
Right.
He went from all the way south from the island of Sokonoska, and he's still alive after the fight with Team Secret. But Putra will try to give a backup with Bravo, but you know what? Let's change back to RSG, who just, Team Hawk getting out of the shorelines and now having to fight with RG. Now, this is a compound I would like to talk about. This compound is not easy to fight, and there you go. At least there's too much of a blind spot that the players have to take care of. But Small Boy goes down, but the rest of RG is still there. They are spread out nicely. Now it's only left with Luke in order to take the rest of Team Hawk down. But Sam9 says hi.
And Small Boy, he did a lot of work right there. He went in for the repeat, which honestly isn't a mistake, but they were too sharp. Team Hawk goes in to take them down. There's only going to be Luke, who's on the opposite side of the compound. I don't think that lasts all too long. Axis Rate 1 bows out on 15. So many teams still surviving. This is the top quality plays that we do expect. Ranger goes out. Same goes to the rest of RSG eventually.
Now, Sam9 says hi. It's not the end, Team Hawk. Are they going to join in the fun, the beach party in the waters? Because I do see Homebois already parking a vehicle inside, probably trying to do healing games after that. But EVOS VIP, this fight is not over.
Indeed, grenades coming in as well, drops a little bit too far. EVOS VIP still not really hitting the mark. They do have Jenny resuscitated. SMG still has 4 intact. Almighty walks away with no points, unfortunately. While there's not too much room for EVOS VIP, they're getting snugged out. While Deb tries to lob one towards Team Hawk. He will get the bird's eye view, only for the slightest bit. More and more cars pass by. He does get the drop onto Haiko though. Great work coming out of the 7-9 Dams with the next one to fall, and there's just a little bit more of a beach party. This is like a rave by the beach, man. Where's TS though? Well, I guess that you can definitely welcome Alan Walker to spin some tracks.
Here we go. The better gets going this time. SMG finally coming out of the pit, going to fight with Dingoz. EVOS have already got eliminated behind. But you see there's quite a cluster nearby the shore. I'm not sure why teams is in favor of the shore. Can you imagine if the circle decided to shift out of the waters? How many fishes are going to be?
And indeed, it will shift out of the water, but I think that at least they've been able to keep themselves alive for the longer time. Jenny now brings out his AUG to play with the rest of the fishes out there. There's NSEA, Yoodo Alliance, and everybody else by that corner. MAB as well. See it, 7-9. They can slowly creep in if they want to. Ricky, he goes directly onto the crossover to DP28. Asper gets an easy fragging, but there's going to be Baby Kim that will also find the rest of GENEXUS. Okay, they're hiding in those water, and they're taking turns to heal up by the vehicle by the beach. Therefore, they can still survive if they want to, but once they get to the shore, they aren't going to be on foot. And 7-9, they're ready to basically take all of them down. 5 elimination points coming in for the side of Team Hawk. While 7-9, they're crashing in though. Is this the right move? They're going to bring in the pain. They crash and ram over one member. Drax goes down. Redsky still holds on. And 7-9, they rely only on Stone. 5 elimination points, but they are in a poor position.
Yes, Stone, the best support short, at least for now. It's 7-9. Rensky's not saying it's over, but it is over. The grenade that was cooking by Stone already eliminated that particular player from Team Hawk, but that's not the end, bro. There is still a lot of fishes that will come out at least, and I think right now they are talking, saying hi. But Dingoz, Kingmakers, look into the mini-map, guys. They are still on land, and they are the last people at the back. They can always do what they do best, which is to eliminate players within their range.
That's right, and like I've said beforehand, like members of Dingoz, they position themselves very smartly, while many of all the other players, they thought, hey, by being by the beach will give them a little bit of safety net. Apparently not. While Dingoz, they are going up against GENEXUS. There's going to be a lot of players that will struggle by the beach, while we have the rest of SMG to hunt them all out. Voki still trying to take turns to heal with the rest of NC. And eventually, somebody has got to get some oxygen levels. Fertile goes down, and it's going to be 7-9. Oh, what's going on with the buggies?
Fireworks. So maybe okay, I don't want to sing, but anyways, look into SMG, who's also taking control of the compound. Dingoz is not coming out to play just yet. They are still proning, being targeted by GENEXUS. Mail already has a clue there is more than one fish inside, and good gosh, that was a hit on the sport. And yeah, they're just probably just doing this for a barricade, at least for Stone, because right now the circle has shifted and moved on to where SMG and Dingoz is.
This could also be a very good chance for GENEXUS. They still have 4 players compared to the rest of the teams out there. SMG somehow, throughout the longest period of time, being out in the open, they still survive, and they aren't being challenged by the rest of the team. And this has given them so much more benefit. While Dingoz are also struggling by the corner of the zone, they are going to be strafing until they get through those smokes. SMG, they're playing very defensively. 7-9. This is quite the miracle run from them. Luyu bringing out its Kar98K, trying to tap inside of smoke. Snappy's going to be able to get one more back. 7 points in for the side of Team GENEXUS. Could this be PUBG's first ever chicken dinner? We'll have to wait it out. Kiddo, as well as Baby Kim, so long as they have the smoke, they can survive, and they will be blinded for the moment, while SMG, they're just going to be happily sharing this one with the rest of Dingoz, but that sharing will come to an end eventually.
Yes, it will come to an end, but SMG, again, good control of compound. They have been shifting together. If you can see, the communication and all that is on point. But GENEXUS has been very, very noisy. They are the ones who has been alerting a lot of people that they are still here. How in the world is Putra still alive? I thought Stone was just alone, but anyways, they have Putra, they have Stone. It can be anybody's game this time. But SMG is going to try to gather whatever they have. They are the ones who are without a chicken dinner this time. Biu doing a very good disciplinary action, coming in and out to pick and shoot, but still GENEXUS not calling it out.
It's the return of the king. GENEXUS currently with the lead. It's going to be Luyu that will be able to steal it away from SMG. Though they were the ones to deal the damage much early on. SMG slowly getting depleted, and SMG will eventually be eliminated if they keep carrying on. GENEXUS, they have 2 members down as well. Biu tries to eliminate it by the corner tree, but the flag comes in. Baby Kim!
I told you, Dingoz, very sneaky, right? I think as of now, you guys know how they are playing the game. They are usually keep it quiet, and they try to utilize whatever they can first after the party ended. But this time, I think GENEXUS will do a push, just like how we see in the PL. This is where we see 4 Chinese boys going to trash to Baby Kim. Show them hell.
Yeah, now the Molotof's going to be lobbed right in front of him. Thankfully, it didn't really burn him true. He's hiding right at the corner, and
come on.
Finally, GENEXUS will find a chicken dinner, but of course this will go down with a fight. GENEXUS have finally done it at the final game of week 1. As we will have Biu himself snagging 7 kills with this chicken dinner. Man, we got a lot to talk to with Keith that will be analyzing this, but check out this highlights.
what can I say? But this evening happens to be the night one for the underdogs here, as numerous, multiple teams down in the second draft claims their very first winner chicken dinner, all in this single evening. And it just so happens to be the last competitive day within week number 1. And already the urgency is there. And my God, my only words to them is this: why did not this happen earlier? Why did not they felt the need to grind up the ranks earlier? Obviously, it's all said and done. Should have, would have, could have. And let's be honest, when you're on a battlefield, it's a total different ball game than it is just watching and actually thinking you're a 200 IQ man when really you're playing with less information while you're in the game. But my God, today itself, momentous evening. Farang Legends getting their first, Team Huck getting their first, as well as GENEXUS, the team from Malaysia, in which a lot of people were curious about, especially with the return of View into the scene, and they showed up big time to close things off with a bang here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Week number 1. My name is Keith, and we will see how their team, how GENEXUS claimed their winner chicken dinner in just about a bit. But again, a quick reminder to you that it is PUBG Mobile's 4th year anniversary, so do take the time out of your way to wish them a happy birthday. It's not that hard to do, and you know, a little act of kindness goes a long way. Who knows? Just by an overwhelming response of people wishing them happy birthday, they might even release new permanent suits for their birthday besides the ones that's already been given out at limited quota. Maybe they just give you one for free, right? So go over to their pages on their socials, Facebook, Insta, TikTok, whatever platforms the younger generation are using nowadays. Maybe I'm a little bit too old to scuff for it, but hey, get on it, wish them a happy birthday, and do check out all the offerings that they have to give you for this season, okay? The first time PH joining us within this league, and KHI, unfortunately, down to the teeth. Their last game of the day, they came out too soon on number 16. So don't be too down. I know the Filipino fans who are watching, surely I know it's a bit hard to get behind a team that hasn't been performing so much, but you kind of have to have faith, right? This is a brand new season with a new format. Surely you're playing with new teams as well, teams that you're not accustomed with. It only takes time for it only makes sense for KHI to actually takes time to actually learn the meta and go up against the rest. So take a look at GENEXUS right here with 13 eliminations and 15 points for the winner chicken dinner. Impressive to say the least here. 28 total points going to their side. Meanwhile, SMG brings home 17 of their own. Sem9, despite going out in 3rd, brings home a 17 total points as well because of the elimination score. Meanwhile, take a look at the MVP. We have Sem9 Stone, definitely the new kid on the block who is pulling it through for the rest of Sem9. 6 eliminations, 907 damage, 47.5 team contribution. Nearly half of the entire game was on his shoulder. 63 meters longest elimination distance, 3.2 MVP points. If only Sem9 did not go down to the hands of Renski from Team Huck, who was within that crash, within the area of the crash they decided to push in, and well, he just shot out 2 members and the rest continued to fall on whiff. Luckily for Sem9 Stone, he was up and about to finish the job and eventually give a res on Putra, giving them a fighting chance towards the last circle here. Look at GENEXUS. This is the best performance coming out from them thus far. 13 eliminations, 2,631 damage. Sure, their aggression, they are aggressive, and their aggression paid off at the end of the day. And by that, I meant at the end of the week here in week number 1. Sem9 Stone, 907 being the most damage dished out in a single match. GENEXUS PUBG comes in second at 829, and it's glad to see familiar faces back on the screen again. Look at the Yoodo Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Appy as well with the 765 of his own. This is seemingly like the performance that we know that they are capable of. If only the consistency was dialed in, all these teams are only going to get more competitive from here on out. Here is the overall weekly rankings, and number 1, Dingoz takes home the full score of 20 points here with 218. Homebois with 196 total points. R2K coming in close at 194. Bosskur, unfortunately, although tasted in number 2 position yesterday, they fell down to the 4th place, and it goes down lower and lower with GENEXUS now going up the ranks at 15th place. Clutch Guerillas at 12. Axis redONE actually fall into the 2nd draft. Team Secret at 7-9. Not sure. 2nd draft as well. But we all know that the top 5 position in the 2nd draft is kind of close by, and it's just a matter of a game or two for them to actually leapfrog all the way up to the top. So a lot of the fans are counting on that. They're banking on the comeback kings here for Sam9 and Team Secret being the legendary teams who has represented on an international stage here. Surely this is not the way to go. And so I believe that the MY fans will have their hopes and dreams lit and alive, waiting for that comeback from Team Secret and Sam9 coming into week 2. And as well as Singapore with ALMGHTY, they have managed to get themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner today. Now it all boils down to Team Philippines here as KHI Esports. Not the best of weeks, but this is PUBG Mobile where 1,000,001 things can go wrong. And so they have a chance again to claim their first chicken dinner, if not this week, maybe the next. And just a little bit of a update here with the point system. Apparently Homebois will get a deduction in their bonus points here. I have a total of 9 points deduction from their bonus points because they missed out on the task match. So yeah, for all the players back at home, if you're watching this, hey man, we want to help you out as much as we could, but you kind of have to show up and do your part. Sam9 as well, a bit rough on this one because they're already down in the 2nd draft here now with the absence on the test match. Again, getting a deduction of 3 points for Sam9, 9 for Homebois. So, well, it is as it is. If we're going to create a competitive professional league, that we have to be professional players, we have to be professional people, and therefore being timely is one of the great qualities that makes you a professional. So unfortunately, that's out of my hands, but it is what it is. Nevertheless though, the week is said and done for. The overall rankings has been set into place. There will be no more games today for them to play. However, comes next week, they have a chance to reset their history. Okay, reset their fate here. They have all points on the board will be scraped off comes next week, and they will be starting from 0 as they try to grind their way up and this time get a better overall ranking for some of these teams who ended up at the bottom. Will we see KHI Esports get the chicken dinner on the next week? Will Singapore come in with a more aggressive front rather than a passive one that we've seen throughout all week today? Or will it be a completely Malaysian region dominated league here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring? I'm only painting scenarios and narratives. Of course, it all boils down to the hands of these players and how well they play their games and how well they capitalize on advantages that presents themselves right in front of you. It is, after all, PUBG Mobile. It is, after all, a battle royale. And a lot of things you just have no control over. But first, let's take a look at the bonus rankings here. This is where the points will be remunerated or given, per se, for a more palatable word, towards the team. So Dingoz, they get an overall points of 20. R2K at 18. Bosskur coming home with 17 points. TABAH NC taking home 16 Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals taking on 15, Team Hawk at 14, EVOS VIP 13, Geek Fam at 12, Farang Legends at 11 points, Homebois at 10 points, Axis Red 1 at 10 points as well, Clutch Guerilla at 9 points, Team Secret at 8 points, and it goes down and down all the way down to, I guess, 1 bonus points as the format dictates throughout the earlier parts of the game here. So these are our top 3 eliminators for the day. They are the brutal killer, undoubtedly so. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, Appy coming out on top. 38 eliminations. However, I'd like to have my respects onto the side of R2K Zane because he has got to work for his kills even the harder than it did for Appy, who just got the glorious Mount Picado where he got to shoot downwards. Axis Red 1 Micah OP as well, coming in at 31 eliminations, not too shabby. Despite the position in which they finished, we all know that these 3 teams are the league's most deadly fraggers within the entire MY region here. R2K Zane now looking like the strongest candidate going into the MVP race, and he might just win it if R2K continues to rule over every 1v1 firearm situation. Zane might be that guy to take his team to the top. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals Epi coming in 2nd place, Geek Damrude coming in at 3rd, and Axis Micah in 4th, and Bard from Homebois will come in to fill in the top 5 position here. Gunslinger, for the Gunslinger rankings though, Axis Micah comes out number 1, seemingly like the more likely than not to actually come out as the top skilled fragger with an average headshots of 0.4 per game. So that means that's one that's 1 every 3 games, to say the least. He gets a headshot down. Appy is 0.2 with 38 eliminations, and of course, one from MAB who has the same, pretty much more kills, but the same rate of a headshot ratio here. So meanwhile, talking about the potential longest survivor in the rankings, TABAH NC Frankie. As we all know, TABAH NC is the team who likes to play the map and play it really slow, hence securing survival time onto their teams here. 21 minutes and 39 seconds with a total heal of 2,415 for TABAH NC. Magix, he got 20 minutes and 49 seconds with a total heal of 5,765 with R2K Echo coming in 3rd. Meanwhile, taking a look at the field medic rankings here, Hey Noob, obviously. Actually, he's more of a surprise pick here because I would have given it to Axis Kachang Susu, seeing as though that every Sunhawk match, he's the one man behind healing himself back up. But I guess Hey Noob just surpassed him. Oh, of course, this is all about the number of times you rescue anyway. So I guess Kachang Susu's selfishly healing himself does not come into the statistics. Meanwhile, the Eagle Eye ranking, these are the sharpest shooters you have from the furthest distance or furthest region of the map here. Sem9 Depth comes in strong with 337 meters. Longest elimination distance. Olayo 2nd at 332, and GENEXUS Lung at 325, and undeniably so as well. I've seen a couple of Lung's plays here, a couple of his clips. He does shoot really far and it does shoot pretty true. Take a look at the Grenade Masters. We have Homebois Tam coming in with 5 grenade eliminations. Meanwhile, Adik Luke comes in with 5 grenade eliminations for Farang Legends, and Dingoz Ricky coming in at 5 grenade eliminations. How did they get a position 1, 2, and 3? I don't know. At this point, I would say they're all dead set even in terms of the Grenade Master rankings here. However, things are volatile. It will shift every now and then, and they have the next week to actually grind it out and make sure they hold their position in number 1, or for Ricky and Adik Luke, move up to a stop up maybe for Adik Luke, go up to the number 1, and maybe Ricky all the way up as well to the number 1 spot. It's all for them to decide in next week's game. But first, let's talk about the game we had before this and how GENEXUS secured their first ever winner-winner chicken dinner. Starting things off by the foothills of the Gatka Mountain, he makes a topwards rotation towards the north, crossing the bridge, just avoiding all sorts of team, recognizing that the circle did close down below. Going up decreases the chances of them going through a confrontation. However, after they looted Yasnaya, they zoom straight on down onto farm, seeing as though that the circle did close with a split in the middle, being 40% water, I would say, if you regard, and the maps on the two islands could go either way, right? So the safest thing you do is to bank by the river, in which if it pulls up, you have access. If it pulls down, you're already by the river to make the transition or the swim across. Now, as you see, when the circle closes even further, this was when things get a bit dicey for GENEXUS, as they are smack dab in between, in the center here over at farm. Thankfully for them, teams from Sosnovka will have to make the swim across, which means they are not a threat. They have been, what's the word here? They have been neutralized, per se, coming from the south side. And so their attention became more manageable, as they only had need to look out for the rest of the teams coming in from behind them and from the top. So you can see, as they sent Loyu, they sent two players, one up into the shed there, right smack dab in the center, in which they played for the longest of time. Loyu will come in from the flank side in case of any sort of movement coming from the left side of their position, where Sam9 Gank and Team Ha currently resides. Again, just to press in the point that teams that are coming in from the south side, from Sosnovka through the waters, are neutralized threat. And there are so many teams that could gun them down before it becomes a threat onto GENEXUS. So they only needed to split their attention to a left to right. This is where things got a bit more panicky for GENEXUS when Dingoz came in and started picking and prodding them within their position. Thankfully for them, they do have some smokes to utilize here. And Dingoz had SMG to worry about. So SMG taking out the threat that was the immediate threat towards GENEXUS, and Bosskur has got eyes on one member of Dingoz, which then ended up in this battle. Obviously, GENEXUS came in with some bullet fires of their own, sealing the deal, taking out the entirety of Dingoz, and Sam9 came in as a third party onto SMG and neutralizing their potential from actually taking over the entire game. So GENEXUS, maybe great plays, but also the aggressive movement they moved on. They displayed here in this map alone, and how they stayed resilient within the small shed with nothing but utilities and smokes to play around with is rather impressive. Biu showing again how lethal he can be with a gun on his hands. And I believe we have a phoner later on tonight, and I want to find out who this magical person is and ask him a bunch of questions now that the week number 1 is over. Is that guy happy about it? Is he not? Well, it depends on who is the recipient at the end of the line. So without further ado, let's get on a call with Homebois, Iron Pro.
Hello.
What's going on, brother? Apa kabar? Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah, baik.
Okay, so first question I want to ask you, sekarang the league dah tamat for week number 1. Are you happy with the results?
So far happy lah, sebab week pertama kan dapat nombor 2, so kita orang berpuas hati lah.
Okay, just to translate what Iron Pro just said, he is rather happy with the results, seeing as though that he did ended up in the top 2 position. So it's not, surely they would love number 1, but they're okay with number 2, seeing as though the point difference you get is only about like 2 points. All right.
Yep.
So was there anything that happened throughout the whole week yang you menyesal tak buat?
Day 1 lah, sebabnya kita orang day 2 baru sedar mistik apa kan sebenarnya. Sebab mistik yang kecil-kecil je, so rugi day 1 lah, tak ada point banyak.
Do you have an example? Ada apa mistake dia yang kecil-kecil tu?
Macam gelabah, cepat sangat buat decision making, and then terlalu nak tengah circle lah. Kejar tengah circle sangat, macam tu.
Alright, so just to translate again what Iron Pro just mentioned, I asked him if there were any regrets throughout this entire week number 1, and he said only in day number 1 did they have regrets. They were playing things a little bit more nervous, a little bit more too desperate to get within the circle, and these minor mistakes that in which they fixed in day 2, moving on forward, and that's why they are within the top 2 positions. So you are a team that I would consider very adaptable to the situation.
Thank you.
So one more thing, Iron Pro. I know di Malaysia you banyak peminat. So before jangan like, he's being humble, guys. He's got a lot of fans. I know that much. So kalau you ada pesanan untuk peminat you, if you have a message towards your fans or your supporters, what would it be?
I nak pesan dekat to Keshai. Boleh?
Boleh.
Thank you for donate point to us.
I don't think I have to translate that. KHI Iron Pro is calling you out, obviously in friendly competitive mode here, right? It's all fun and games in the game itself. He's calling you out, so this is good. You know why? Because next week every team would have to step up, including KHI Esports from the Philippines. So one more thing before I let you go, Iron Pro.
Alright.
Next week, what is the plan?
Plan still sama je macam minggu ni juga. Still maintainkan apa yang ada. So that kita orang lagi improve lah yang apa yang kita orang tengah ada sekarang ni.
Okay.
Sebabnya minggu ni still kita orang try and error je banyak.
And so, still you top 2.
Tapi tak tahu rezeki lah.
Okay, boleh. So just to translate one last time for what Iron Pro just mentioned, I asked him what is the plan coming into week 2. He said, this is a dead giveaway for all the teams out there. His strategies will be the same. So, teams back home, go back through all the live session, study Homebois if you want to counter them within the coming weeks, because everything will be the same according to him. It's all trial and error, and so you're gonna have to take it with a grain of salt. Okay, thank you so much, Iron Pro. Thank you for this session.
Alright.
Good luck next week.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And just like that, he ended off with a strong message onto the side of KHI Esports. He is calling you out, KHI fans from the Philippines. I'm feeling riled up. And this is all in friendly competitive gaming. Of course, keep it within the game, guys. Nothing personal. KHI Esports, you've got now the responsibilities to uphold your flag and honor comes week number 2. Will Philippines finally get themselves a chicken dinner within the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring? Will the teams at number 1 or the top 3 position waver and fall in flat when it comes to week number 2? It all goes down to suspense, and it's suspense that I'm willing and excitedly waiting to receive on my end. So without further ado, my name is Keith. This is once again the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Thank you to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We will see you next week for week 2 in the country league here. See you. Bye-bye.